Live, yo, hey.
Hey, what is good?
Get this screen share right quick. You know what it is. After a dub, you know how we do.
You know what it is. Let's go.
You know what's great. Ain't nobody gonna buy this damn shirt. Ain't nobody gonna buy this shit. Dave had this in my email. I was like, you know what? You did. I'm gonna put it up. We'll make it a show graphic, but this is funny.
That is funny.
I love it.
Fell out in the car when I saw
love it. Okay, Drake flow. I love it, man. I love it. Dave and Donnie doing some good work for us, man. We got some more stuff headed to the website in the coming days, so that'll be fun. There's the rundown that we're not going to use today. Yes,
I didn't even get through all that Sun stuff, and it was, wow.
Oh, that's a long read, boy.
Wow. Hey, we'll talk about it, but he can't survive that.
Yeah. We'll see. I feel like the NBA planted their seeds already. We haven't gotten any complaints about them.
They said that for real?
It was in the article.
Oh, I didn't get to that.
Yeah, Michelle Roberts said it. The league office said it. Yeah, we've never been given a complaint.
Wow.
Drake Bars Day.
Yeah.
By the way, that Fox 19 code still good today. 19% off.
What's it going to the end of the show?
We'll do it to the end of the day. We'll do till 11:59.
Okay.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here to this Thursday, November 4th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We are live on the Odyssey app. We're live on 1320 AM. We're live. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we are live following a Kings victory, baby. Let's go.
Kings won a game. Yes, sir.
You know what it is. Kings get the win last night, 112-99. The squad's back at 500, 4-4 with a game they needed to get at the Golden One Center. First win at the Golden One Center last night.
Good job. When my boys say that the high schooler, I ain't gonna lie, you had me in the first half. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was feeling, especially in that third quarter. Ooh. But man, they pulled it out.
HB
to the rescue. I mean, when it was looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis, HB pulled up in a major way in that third quarter. I think he had 13 for the quarter, and it feels like all 13 came after the Pelicans made their run. I mean, he just hit big shot after big shot, got this team back on track, and then everybody else followed course. And not only did they win the game, not only did they bounce back from that hiccup in the third quarter, but it ended up being I don't want to say blowout, but it was a comfortable win.
They put the game out of reach with that 14-0 run. I think it got to 16-1 or something like that. I don't know if it got any higher than that, but it got, that 14-0 run. That was, I don't think we'd seen that basketball is a game of runs. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that before. I don't think we'd seen a run like that. And I don't think we'd seen a run like that where it's like, hey, you've got an opportunity to put a team away. And that's what I love most about that is, God bless them. The Pelicans aren't good. They're really, really not good when Brandon Ingram isn't around.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to put away, man, put them away. And that's what the Kings did. And that's what I love the most about that run.
And you know what? Something about that Pelicans team, like you said, they're not good, but they got a little action to them. They fight, you know what I mean? And they do have some talented guys. I think yesterday when I was talking about different talented guys on there, I forgot about my guy Devontae Graham. And he came out cooking to start the game.
Well, I think Devontae Graham up until late in the show was questionable.
That's true,
so,
too.
like, that's probably why. I think we had mentioned that a couple of times. I know we got the note from James Ham late in the show that he was clear, but yeah, rightfully so. He was out of your mind. We didn't know if he was going to play.
All right. So they had some guys out there, and like you just mentioned, they fight. They were going to go out there and fight, and the Kings kind of gave them life a little bit, which was a little frustrating, right? Because one of the things that we talked about throughout the show yesterday was don't let them believe. Don't let them feel like they have an opportunity to do something here. And the Kings kind of gave them that opportunity, right? And it got sketchy, but they were able to do what they had to do. It really was in an odd way. It really was an impressive win, in my opinion.
I mean, sure. Second night of a back-to-back, your star is reeling, trying to find a smile, as we say, as wrestling fans like to say. Darren Fox was trying to find a smile, and there's no. And here's the thing, like, I don't know how De'Aaron feels today. I don't know how Luke feels today. I'm sure there's okay. And by the way, they hadn't won a game at the Golden One Center yet.
Yeah,
and we'll talk about the Golden One Center here too in a little bit, but. You had maybe a little bit of weight lifted off your shoulders as a team. Maybe you had a little bit of weight lifted off your shoulders for De'Aaron because De'Aaron had some weight lifted off his shoulders. Maybe Luke Walton had a little bit of weight lifted off his shoulders. Yeah. Maybe the team just overall felt a little bit better with De'Aaron playing well, with that 14-0 run, with being able to beat a team. Because this is what we were talking about yesterday. You and I have been barking, and many others have as well. That it's different. This team has a different feel. It has a different makeup. There's a different vibe. There's a different everything around this team. But you could collectively tell us to shut the hell up if they dropped this game to the Pelicans.
When they went down 6.
Oh, I was like, boy, I started to come down with the COVID. I was like, hey, I don't know if I'm gonna be in tomorrow. I don't know if I'm. Like, man, I got something in my chest. I might have Kenny do the next 2 days by himself. I ain't doing it.
With you saying that, you went older, middle-aged black man on me there with the COVID. Everything is the COVID, the Twitter.
The COVID. Got the COVID right there. I got the COVID. Yeah, like I ain't. How'd you get it? You never leave the house. That Pelicans game. They went up 6. I was like, whoo.
But Davion,
can't do it. I've been hanging around with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, man.
Can't do it.
Yo, this guy.
Can't do it.
He just keeps going. Aaron Rodgers, I tell you. But, Davion, is it fair to say Kings maybe don't win that game last year or a couple years ago? I feel like they've had those moments where, like, they came out hot, or not even hot, but just came out and looked like they were taking control, but weren't able to put the team away. The team stays around, and they end up coming back and getting them.
The 14-0 run goes the other way.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think the Pelicans are on like a 12-0 run or a 13-0 run or something like that to take that lead.
Kings went quiet there for a minute.
Yeah, and it just feels like, I'm sure if you go down the schedule and results for the last 3 years, there's probably a game or two that you could pick out like this that they end up winning. But it just didn't feel like they would win these games in the past. And they did. Yeah. They did. They ended up winning. One game that comes to mind last year was like the Raptors game. Remember that Raptors game at home where I think they were up by like 15 or 17 after the first quarter. The Raptors came back and made a crazy run and ended up blowing them out.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now the Raptors are better than this Pelicans team, so it's a different opponent. But it just felt like that was where it could be heading. You know what I mean? When the Pelicans went up 6.
John in the chat house over on YouTube says Kings are probably 1-7 if this is last year's team. This team has taken a good amount of hits, and they kept coming.
That's a good point, John.
I don't disagree with that at all. But Kings get a win. Now, I mentioned not knowing how De'Aaron's feeling, not knowing how Luka's feeling, and all those different guys are feeling here today. It's not like, whoo, all right, fellas, it's the same football. It's not like we got 6 days to the next game. Nope. You've got one of the most exciting teams coming in the entire league coming into town on Friday.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, let's do it again. Oh, by the way, it was your first back-to-back. Your second back-to-back? Yeah, that's coming up too.
Yeah.
You got a game Friday, then you got a game on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah.
Rest after that? Nope. Going on Wednesday. Going on Friday. Dude, this team plays is this a consolidated schedule again?
It certainly feels like it.
Trying to get 41 games in before Christmas?
It certainly feels like. Now, I don't know. Newsflash, I never played in the NBA. So, I don't know. I don't know how they feel about it physically, but I just know, like, as a ball player, I'd almost love these games, and having a lot of these games to play. It helps you get in that game rhythm as opposed to the practice rhythm. Obviously, your body might get banged up here and there and stuff like that. You want to be able to recover from that if you have some nicks and things of that nature. That's a funny commercial, by the way. But
there's a nick on the hood of my that's there's a big nick on it.
That was some good stuff. But I kind of like the idea of playing the games, so close together. So we'll see how they respond to that. But I don't know. Maybe they look at it as a positive. Who was that the other day? Davion talking about, that's the good thing about it is, you get to play, every day or every other day or something like that.
That's the good thing about it when you lose. Or when something goes wrong and something slips away, and it's like, you know what? We get right back out there. Yeah. We get back on the bike and we keep pedaling. Like, all right, cool. What about when you win? I don't ever hear anybody say that after they win. Like, oh, I can't wait to get back out there Friday and run up and down the floor against LaMelo Ball and that group in Charlotte.
I will say this though, Damian. What do we talk about? When you win, you don't want to stop the momentum. Sure. You want to keep that going. You're playing good. You want to keep it going. You don't need the 3-4 day break to do all that. So maybe it works that way too. But I will say
I never played in the NBA either, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. I do a show every day though.
I'll get there one day.
I do a show every day.
You do?
Yeah.
You do a very good job too.
Somebody help me. I got nicks and bruises on my vocal cords. Can't wait till Saturday.
Let that lead from the Pelicans have hold it up yesterday. That would have been Danny, man. Hey, man, something. I don't know what's wrong, man. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Just let Kenny rock. Just let Kenny cook. Let Kenny cook today.
That Charlotte game is going to be interesting though. They kind of got worked by the Warriors last night, but I was watching that game later in the night, and they got talent on that team.
Well, that's the thing.
Some guys that I like on that squad.
I don't know what Bilo and JC in Charlotte are saying, but I know that's a team like they legitimately they're young. They're capable of beating you by 30. They're capable of losing by 35 also, but you're going to work either way. You're going to be running up and down the floor with them all day. They're crafty. I mean, LaMelo is better than he was ever advertised at. Like that kid is legit. And I know one, if nothing else, this game's going to be fun and that defense is going to be tested.
It's going to be tested. How about this? Are the Hornets a poor man's Atlanta Hawks? And I say that when I talk about, if you look at the roster, like we look at Atlanta's roster, got a bunch of talented guys. Like, that guy's pretty good. That guy's pretty good. Man, that guy's pretty good. I've named 11 guys. Like, they all got Charlotte is almost like that. Like, if I everybody that I saw last night that played, I like their game. Even like to a Ish Smith. Like, I like Ish Smith. You know what I mean? Like, they got about 9-10 guys that I like his game. I like the way he plays. So there's going to be talent out there tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
There definitely will, man. And there was some talent on the floor last night, including our man, Harrison Barnes. We got to talk about Tyrese Haliburton as well. How about Alex Lynn? Rashaun Holmes getting tossed. There's so many. And the buddy formula falls apart.
Oh, damn. We just invented it too.
Right before our eyes. We've got all that ahead. We're with you for the next 4 hours. Deuce Mason going to join us coming up around 1:45. We couldn't afford Morgan's appearance fee this week. We were able to take care of Deuce. He's going to be with us. But Morgan, you know, she's in high demand these days. So she'll be back with us next week. But Deuce is going to hang out with us. We'll talk with him. And we'll talk with you. Twitch, YouTube, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started. Get comfortable. We're with you for the next 4 hours here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay. Thanks, man.
Cool. Yeah, let's get it out the way.
Drake bars. Okay. Drake flow. You know what it is.
We ain't playing with these boys. We're not playing.
I don't know. I don't know if Donnie's still in here. Donnie was messing with me today. He's working on that. You know, Donnie's signature art that he's been doing. He's doing one of the pioneers of hip hop.
Oh wow!
It's gonna go down in
in
the room downstairs. But you know, it's part of his collection. But
yeah,
I may have given him the idea. Like, yo, I think we could do something with this, and he's putting that together. And
I know that's gonna be.
He was teasing me with it this morning. It's like,
I know
what we doing, huh?
Fire!
Cannot wait to see this. That he threw that Jay-Z one together the other day.
Oh, that whole one is cold, man.
Come on, man. I be telling him like, bruh, put these up on the yo, Donnie. The people want to love you. Put these signature pieces up on Canvas Cultures and let's decorate the houses.
Yes, man. Yes.
Yeah, Donnie's killing it, man. Killing it. I'm glad you read that, Will. Yeah, that caught my attention too. That little line that caught my attention too. I'm curious. I didn't. Did you watch, Will? Did you watch the Saints of Newark? Did you watch that? Shout out to Shy the Man. Shy the Man is, I believe, has appeared for the first time since Olivia left.
Shy the Man just checked in to see is she here? No, I'm out.
Yeah, I think that's what he's been doing. There's D-Lo, there's Kenny. Yeah. Ain't gonna be me. Okay, there you go. Y'all need to save Canvas Cultures.
I love the whole piece
in your browser, or save that in your, your bookmarks and if y'all looking for some pieces to decorate the man cave or the game room or studio, the office, whatever.
Yeah. I love the whole piece, man. I love that. That was sick.
Oh, brother was dehydrated. Yeah.
Oh, boy was hooked up to an IV. Hooked up to an IV.
Hey, what's up with my two brothers? We see you.
Yeah, okay. TC, what's up, man?
Yeah.
TC feeling a little, I think TC, was just a little chill after the Niners finally won. He was like, just kind of, it didn't all the way, make him feel comfortable, but it gave him the week to just,
you go.
All right, we cool.
Well, that's the De'Aaron conversation, right? Like, we're good. We ain't good.
No, we ain't good.
Yeah, not yet.
It was good to see that, but there's more. I need to see more of that more often. Kirk, come on, man. It's tough. I'm not sad, because he gave us 11, 12, I don't know, great years, but yeah, man, it's tough. Phil, what you talking about, man?
Yeah, so
first of all, I brought Sean John to the West Coast. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
And second of all, what you talking about? Not Sean John KC, man. Please, Phil, what you talking about, man?
I still love that look, that original signature look. I still love that. That's
cursive joint. Yeah,
that's still cold.
That's iconic to me.
Mm-hmm. Shoot, man, I can't tell what's downloaded and what hasn't. Fox. On team, on if he's. Man, this thing is a cluster. Fox on Tyrese. What? Luke on Tyrese. Luke on Fox.
Luke.
Man, this is way more difficult than it needed to be. All right, let's see. Luke, and Luke. Fox, and Fox.
Yeah. Check it. Yeah. Look. Kings win brings jubilation to the city. Like Lacey back in the 16th, show no pity. She'd skip my mixtape, show more love to others. Hurt my heart, embarrassing like I'm Tony Brothers. Davion put them boys in living hell. Tyrese 2 click-clack handcuffs, ain't no bell. And it never fails, yeah. 2 times beat the Pels. Rose, no triple C's. Barnes with the cool J, that's double L's. Whoa.
Okay.
I say Barnes with the cool J, that's double L's. The Kings are.
Oh, see what y'all did.
Well, they win on Friday. Jesus. Maybe not. Yeah. Whoa.
See what y'all did. This is.
Y'all didn't hear me when I said 2 times beat the Pels. Rose, no triple C's. Barnes with the cool J, that's double L's. Whoa.
Kenny's the comedian who tells his joke and then retells it because he's like, y'all didn't hear me. I'm going to say it again. And I just want y'all to know, if you're on Twitter, y'all did this. Y'all did this. The dope ones coming up in here talking about bars. Y'all did this. Y'all put this nonsense. This is what happens when something gets a little bit too much traction on social media. And now we got a OK Drake Flow t-shirt over on DLoandKC.com.
Drake flows after every win. Come on, man.
P with the line of the day. KC is now his own intended audience. Oh, I'm here for it.
Hey, man, Drake bars.
I'm here for it.
It's a great time. If the Kings win, it's always a great time. The bars can never be bad because the Kings won.
Well, okay. I get the spirit of what you're saying right there. I get the spirit of what you're saying. And you're right. The Kings get the dub. That's all that matters.
For the record, for those, I don't want to ruin the bit, but for those who take it seriously, I absolutely am not a good rapper. I don't think I'm a rapper. I have a good time. I like Drake too. Yeah. Whoa.
Will says you need to threaten him with Sugar Hill gang bars after every loss. Boy, that's worthy of an L.
They weren't that bad though.
Now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat.
Now that intro was weak, but the bars weren't that bad.
Have you ever went over a friend's house? See, come on, man. That is not like no.
But like I said, in context of that time, because I was listening to Grandmaster Flash and his crew. It wasn't like they were Kendrick Lamar.
Oh,
with some of the things they were saying. Yeah, it wasn't much different than the Sugar Hill gang.
It wasn't talking about mac and cheese and sweet potatoes or whatever the hell old boy was talking about.
I'm just saying.
Rock, a Scooby-Doo. Well, guess what? America, we love you. What the are you serious? What are you talking about? This is bruh.
I show respect to my elders and the pioneers and the forefathers. But like I said, it wasn't like they were coming with Jay-Z bars. Them things were pretty basic. And they didn't even You want to talk about Drake? They didn't even rhyme. They just be saying anything and then be like, oh, bounce. What?
Rock skate. Yeah, man. That's
I love them all though. I love Sugar Hill Gang. I love the
African Bambaataa.
Oh no, African Bambaataa. Just that beat alone. He ain't even got to get no bars because that beat alone is just
yeah.
But yeah, man, Drake bars after every win. You guys already know what it is, baby.
All right, we would
Kings
it.
win.
Fox 19 code over at DeloandKC.com.
Oh, yeah.
There is a Drake Flow t-shirt. It's hard to find. It's there. I didn't know what to do with it. It's there. You just kind of got to find it. It's an okay Drake Flow t-shirt right there for you.
That's funny. That's a funny shirt.
Well, I told Dave, who's done Dave Garcia Designs has done a tremendous job of creating designs for us, and he made a
Lake Show,
and it's really good. I was like, this is great. I don't know who's gonna buy this though. Like, what are we gonna? I don't know what to do with this. And he was like, yeah, I know. And this morning it was the same design. It just said, okay, Drake Flow. It was like, all right, that's going up. Maybe no one's gonna buy it, but that's going up on the website. There for
whoever wants to.
Maybe that winds up a shirt. We buy a hoodie. We send you the OK Drake Flow shirt for free.
For free.
Speaking of
Lake Show,
your Lord and Savior LeBron James to miss at least 1 week with an abdominal strain. Yeah, it says they're being cautious. They're being cautious when it comes to his abdominal strain, but LeBron James out for the next week or so. Doesn't really pertain to the Kings as they don't play the Los Angeles Lakers, I think, for
a couple weeks.
I don't think they play him till the end of the month.
Yeah, a couple weeks. I think it's I want to say it's around Thanksgiving. It's the day after Thanksgiving, matter of fact.
Okay, that's it.
Yep.
That's it. Yep, that's the first one right there. Harrison Barnes, man. I know Darren Fox was the focal point of conversation. And by the way, if you're on youtube.com/ESPN 1321, please hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, and take part in the poll. A lot more people have taken part in the poll than hit the thumbs up. Like, come on, man. It's just click, clack, hit one, hit the other.
Like Tyrese, click, clack, handcuffs, ain't no ball, ain't no bell.
Yeah. All right. I hate everyone who is responsible for this. But we asked you who the Kings performer of the night was. Darren Fox, Tyrese Haliburton, Harrison Barnes, Alex Len. Tyrese Haliburton right now leading with 55% of the vote. So go take part in that. We'll continue to update it. Tyrese had an extraordinary hyperbole. This is Tyrese's best game so far this season, most complete game so far this season.
Hands down. He was everywhere. He was doing everything. He was the driving force.
Yes, that's it.
He was in control. All the time, the fingerprints of a player his fingerprints were all over there. Mm-hmm. And I marveled. It really started for me, at least in that second quarter, his second time back into the game, where he started to make an imprint on the defensive end. You know, the help defense, the team defense. I think he had a couple of steals in there. Helped the team force a 24-second violation. I think
couple was 4. That was on the day. You talking about the quarter? Yeah, 4 on the day, on the night.
Tyrese's imprint was all over that game. Absolutely, Damian, the best game he's played all season, hands down.
And I wonder too, and I understand we all want De'Aaron to play a certain way. We're all hoping for certain things out of the superstar, but man, that game felt different last night when Tyrese really started to get control of it. Now the third quarter stunk all to be damned, and it was Harrison Barnes that came to. Harrison Barnes is like the big brother. It's like, I'll let y'all do your thing. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna come in and fix it. I gave you a chance. He's like, Harrison Barnes is Furious Styles. Oh, you gonna learn? I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna give you a chance to learn the lesson on your own. And that's what the Kings were doing, and they was down by 6. So Harrison was like, okay, I'm gonna take over. And I'm going to put us in a better position. And then you saw how that kind of galvanized Tyrese again, De'Aaron again, and it got the rest of the squad going. Again, there's plenty of flowers. Shout out to Fig and Vine. There are plenty of flowers to be handed out to everybody right now because Alex Len had to step up, play additional role. We had the cross-pollination of Alex Len and Tristan Thompson because Rashaun got thrown out. Rashaun got a little – I thought somebody was going to body slam Tony Brothers last night. I didn't know if a fan was going to run from the stands and hit a stunner or an RKO or a rock bottom. I didn't know if Rashaun was going to emerge from the tunnel. I didn't know what was going to happen last night, but Rashaun wanted some clarification as to why he was tossed.
Man.
And God bless King security, like, got to go to the back, buddy. You got to go to the back.
Past him a couple of times. He looked like get your hands off of me.
All with a smile on his face. He had that smile on his face. You got to
watch out for.
Like, oh, boy. He's really masking his anger by smiling right now.
That was tweeted it out. I mean, Tony Brothers was embarrassing last night. Absolutely embarrassing. And I guess
I probably should have put Tony Brothers on the poll as the performer of the night, because he certainly wanted everybody to know he was the star of the show.
Absolutely. And I just get so frustrated with officiating. And it's not even like they're picking on the Kings, although I'm watching the game last night with the Queen Bee, and she is the furthest thing from a Kings fan. She could care less, but she ends up watching these games with me, and she goes, "You guys don't get any calls." It's like, you guys, you get no kind of calls. This is crazy. But the inconsistencies of how they call the NBA game, like there was plays on the other end that I thought were fouls by the Kings on the Pelicans that they let go, and then 3 plays later, the same thing on the opposite side they call. You know, the moving screens, the one that I really hate, and maybe somebody can explain this to me. But when they call a foul on the defender who's being screened, like on an on-ball pick and roll, and because he like wraps his arm around the defender like you would a pole to sling yourself around, they call that a foul. For what? Mm-hmm. Like, why? It's infuriating. It really is. The level of incompetence from these officials nightly.
Yeah, that was no good at all, man. It was frustrating. And it's frustrating anytime officials are a focal point of conversation. I don't know what I'm pausing for. I have no idea. I just took that dramatic pause and I wasn't really sure. Like, I kind of looked over. I was like, oh,
I thought you saw some breaking news or something.
No, well, a tweet did pop up. Like, I kind of caught it out the corner of my eye, and it was 49ers related. I was like, oh God, who's hurt now? But I wanted to direct us back to Harrison Barnes. And then I was debating in my head, are we done with officiating? And I just decided to pause. Let's just all take a breather, figure out what we're going to do here. But we started this conversation talking about Harrison Barnes. Harrison had 23 last night. Dude took 8 shots.
Yo, I scoured the box score. That did not I didn't know that until you just said
He was 5 of 8 from the field. He was 4 of 6 from 3. He was 9 of 10 from the free throw line. Wow. Kings, by the way, 18 of 22 last night.
That's some good stuff. I'll take 18 of 22.
Yeah. I mean, Harrison did it. He did it all last night. And, you know, he had a 20-point game, 23 for him, and then the Tyrese 20-point game. And I think we started to go down this direction there for a second, but I know we're all rooting for De'Aaron to be the guy and De'Aaron to step up and snap out of it and be the superstar and all of that different stuff. But man, this team has a different vibe when Tyrese seemed to have control of that game last night. Tyrese seemed to have control of that game on the offensive and the defensive end. And of course, I mean, Davion coming off the bench and doing what he does, just all the more. I mean, Davion had 8 assists last night. I feel like every game that passes, we're seeing something else. Like, we went in here, it's like Davion and defense. And then we really got bold. Davion and culture. Davion is changing things. Davion, culture. Davion, defense. Davion is changing the culture of defense. He's changing all of these things. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute. He could score. Okay. All right, he's got a bag. Oh, he can distribute the rock. Okay, like at this point, Davion, 8 games into his career, is a super complete player.
Yeah.
Not that he's done, evolving, but I'm saying right now, like what part of a basketball game, not his game, but a basketball game, has he not exhibited at some point in these first 8 games of the season?
For somebody his size and for his position, he can do it all. He really can. Now, that doesn't mean he plays a perfect game or a flawless game, or, sometimes he gets caught in the air. He's trying to learn the league and this level of playing, all this other stuff. But he plays lockdown defense. He can score better than people give him credit for. He can distribute, like you talked about yesterday. He's a leader in general.
100%.
The sky's the limit for what he could be. The big question with Davion is, and stop me if you've heard this before, is if he can get the jump shot down. If he can shoot the ball from distance.
I've heard this before.
If he can shoot the ball from distance somewhat consistently, I mean, you've got a dynamic player in Davion Mitchell. Now, this is one of the virtues of drafting somebody like Davion, who is 23 years old. He knows who he is as a player. He's had time to develop, and he's NBA ready from day one, as opposed to, most guys who are 18, 19 years old. They may need to be seasoned a little bit. So that this is turning out to be a great pick for the Sacramento Kings. And you talk about his guards. Nah, it's too quick. It's too quick.
The fact that we're talking about Davion Mitchell and we're still seeing the growth of Tyrese Haliburton. Everyone's eye candy last year. The guy we were so excited about coming out of last year's draft. Yeah.
And it was great to see tonight.
Oh, there's that word again. There's that word again. Culture. So okay, so we're bringing the word culture into the Tyrese conversation as well. Like, perhaps I don't know, Casey. Call me crazy. Maybe Monty McNair is changing the culture here in Sacramento. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the Chatty House and the crew on YouTube. Yes, we're very aware that something is wrong with the live stream right now over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. What exactly is wrong? We have no idea. Fam. Bro, you just called it the YouTube. You just said your bars broke the YouTube. Like, come on, KC. What you doing? Oh, man. Drake got word and Drake got word and shut the whole internet down. Like that's facts. That's absolutely what Prince would do. We'll continue to keep an eye on things. Kenny's refreshing his browser. I'm refreshing my browser. We think it's a YouTube issue. I don't know. I paid the internet bill. I have no idea. I mean, at least I think I paid it. I'm not sure. I'll check during the commercial break and make sure that the internet bill was paid. But the beauty of all of this is we are a radio show, and we're live on 1320 a.m. and the Odyssey app. We'll continue to work on things over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. See if we can get things up and rolling. Let's hear more from Luke Walton, because it wasn't just Tyrese Haliburton that was the focus of his conversation last night. Obviously, Darren Fox was as well.
Yeah. On the offensive end, for sure. You know, Darren's still doing a lot of nice things for us. Us here in Sac know what he's capable of and what he looks like when he's putting a ton of pressure on other teams' defense. And there was definitely more moments of that tonight.
Okay. What'd you think about Darren last night?
Good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wasn't, that's Darren Fox's music. It was like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. I actually found myself, and I don't do this often. I do it for the team. I don't regularly do it like for players. But I found myself come on, D.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's go, Fox, let's go. Like, I found myself doing that a lot through the first half. It felt pretty early, like he was in a rhythm.
Yeah, it
felt pretty early, like he found a flow. Like, I think he might have missed his first shot. He might have even missed his second one. But then he got a couple to fall, and then again, maybe this is almost certainly reading too much into this. It looked like he got comfortable. And
I don't think you're reading too much into it at all.
It's almost like when you see someone who's like really kind of like stiff and uptight, and then all of a sudden they kind of hit that moment where their shoulders drop a little bit, and you can see them. That's what it looked like for De'Aaron for me last night. And then it was like, all right, we good. He's good. Yeah. He's going to be fine today. He's going to be fine. Yeah. I don't know what that's going to mean. I don't know if that's going to mean 30, 25, or 19. But he was clearly better on the offensive end yesterday than he's been I guess dating back to game one.
Yeah, and I look at De'Aaron, and he can have a game like that and play, and I consider it at least playing really well, right? He doesn't have to score 30 for me to be like, oh, he played good. Last night, I thought there was a level of confidence to his game, a level of aggression to his game that I really liked. He played a good, solid game. It's not like he took over the world, but even when he was attacking the basket and some of his nice passes that he had one to Holmes in the first quarter and another one on a fast break to Alex Len with the two-hand flush later in the game. I mean, these were dishes that exuded confidence, I thought, in what he was doing. So that's a lot of what I want to see from Fox. I want to see a little confidence, a little bravado out there with how he approaches the game that I didn't think we were seeing in Dallas and for the first half in Utah, even the second half in Utah. He tried to get it, but there was just a different spring in his step that I was good with. I like that.
More from De'Aaron Fox last night, talking about if he was feeling the pressure heading into last night's game.
I mean, I'm fine. Once I go home, I don't really give a it's over. You know what I'm saying? I watch film. When I'm in the gym, that's what I'm thinking about. But when I'm not in the gym, you know what I'm saying? I talk to my friends, my people, my fiance. I mean, that is what it is. I don't need to, you know what I'm saying? If I'm not playing well, I know I'm not playing well. I don't really give a if somebody else tells me I'm not playing well. If I am playing well, I know I'm playing well. I've never been like growing up. My parents didn't always tell me good job. It didn't matter to me. I never played for, you know what I'm saying, for gratitude. It didn't matter to me. So If I'm not playing well, I know I'm not. If I'm playing well, I know I am. It doesn't matter what anybody's telling me.
I want to get your thoughts on that because I think people are going to have different opinions on it. I certainly have mine. We'll continue to talk about your Sacramento Kings. The buddy formula failed.
Ah, damn.
The same day it was introduced, the buddy formula failed us. We'll discuss more about that as well. Dave Deuce Mason going to join us about an hour from now. That's all coming up on Twitch and YouTube, hopefully. But it's definitely coming up on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I know why I saw the hiccup here. It's because y'all are voting in the poll and not hitting the thumbs up. It throws off the balance of YouTube. So there's 173 votes right now and only 86 likes. So we got to get that 86 up to over 100 here in the first hour. And then I believe the broadcast the rest of the way will be smooth sailing.
Yeah, well, I have no issues.
And whoever just hit the thumbs down is a jerk.
Wow.
You're a jerk for that.
Wow.
You fixed it. There you go. We appreciate you. We love you. See, it's all better now. Look, we had 96. We're almost there. About to be a smooth broadcast the rest of the way. Now, it'd be great if we got to 170. Now we had 101. See, there we go. Now, smooth sailing the rest of the way. Now, you could keep hitting the thumbs up if you haven't hit it yet. But, man, I mean, that's what the rumors were. That's what the rumors were.
I mean, it's garnering national attention at this point. You know, I mean, what you want me to do? Kings win. I got Drake bars.
You do. That's. Oh, so it's on me. It's on me. All right, that's me. That's me. Boy, y'all feeling Tyrese, man. I can't fault you. Y'all are feeling Tyrese's game last night. That was big time. Big time. Uh-huh. Big time performer. One of the mega powers. Uh-huh. The madness and the mania.
Oh, man. I don't know if we're going to get to this on the show. So yeah,
we got so much damn time today.
Okay.
I tapped out. I tapped out after the call. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I didn't hear back from any of these people.
I have to be creative. That's fine.
Person.
I love how everything is a shirt now. Bars broke the YouTube shirt. I love that.
I was there.
Yo, shout out. Hey.
11/4/21. I was there.
Bars broke the YouTube. Shout out to Sean. Let me make sure I got this right. Sean, I think, correct me, Sean's listening like in Boise.
Oh.
Am I messing this up?
Boise, Idaho in the house?
Yeah, Sean, he got something on DLoandKC.com, and I'm like, all right, cool. And I looked at it, I was like, hey, fam, okay, that's cool.
That's what's up, man. It's a national show, man. It's a national show. No. You know, oddly enough, I tend to just skip over the middle of the country.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that. Like, there's places I want to go, but I'm always going somewhere on the East Coast. I just kind of skip over the middle. I've never been to. I've been to Austin, Texas, and I've been to Houston, and that's the only part of the middle of America I've been to.
California's a wonderful place.
It's got a lot. That's what's up. Shout out Sean, man. Grew up in the Sac area. Moved to Boise 2 years ago.
Okay. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Appreciate you, bro.
I know the people are asking for it. No Mozzie bars. I like Mozzie. That's my guy. You know what I'm saying? But no Mozzie bars. This is Drake bars. You know, I don't want to oversaturate things. Just Drake bars. Sorry.
Well,
they've been asking, though. They've been asking. It's like, yo, Mozzie bars. It's like, nah, I'm not. It's not my bag.
I'm in the same chat that you are. And I didn't see a single person ask. Like, not one.
They DM me.
I saw the same exact amount of people ask for Mozzie bars that asked for Drake bars.
Oh, that's a lot then.
There's none.
That's a lot.
You just started doing it. Everybody thought it was funny.
Bars.
And then you put it on Twitter and it was like, oh, crap. So this is a thing now. Well, good.
This is hilarious. This is some fun stuff, man.
Coming to a Twitter feed near you immediately following the show. Kenny Drake bars that broke the YouTube, apparently.
Whoa.
Drake bars broke the YouTube. My man got that much heat. Buddy Hield ain't got the heat, though, because the formula.
Damn.
The formula that we just figured out yesterday. We did the math. The formula, do you want to point this out? Buddy went to the free throw line yesterday.
He did.
Buddy went to the free throw line. Now they're 4-1 when Buddy goes to the free throw line.
All right, that's Buddy Formula 2.0.
2.0. That's 2.0.
Now,
Yes, indeed.
it's going to be dangerous because Buddy did miss a free throw, and he might be like, you know what? I ain't doing that again.
So now we got
just not take one in general. He said, I ain't doing that again.
That'll be the YouTube poll tomorrow. When does Buddy take his next free throw? Tonight, Sunday, Christmas. Those will be the options. If you missed yesterday's show, shame on you. There's so many ways that you could catch it. Twitch, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Spotify, Odyssey, wherever you get podcasts from, man. D-Lo and Casey are right there for you. And of course, we're on demand on Twitch and YouTube. But the Buddy Hield formula was if he takes two pointers,
two or more 2-pointers,
more,
mm-hmm.
or more. That's cute. But I'll play along. 2 or more 2-pointers. He plays well, and the Kings win.
Mm-hmm.
He took 3 2-pointers last night, and he did not play well. He was 4 of 13 from the field, 2 of 10 from 3. He lost his elite status for the day, finishing the game with 11 points. That's
the other thing we do here. We go elite from game to game.
Yes. We're going elite game to game with Buddy.
It's like
it's the only possible way to do it because it's the only way it makes sense.
It's like Charlotte or Ric Flair or John Cena in the WWE Championship. Like they can have it, and then it gets stripped, then they can get it back.
Yep.
Buddy may be elite 17 to 18 different times this year.
17-time elite champion. He's going to surpass Ric Flair this year. I'm positive of it. I'm positive.
Yeah, he took a couple threes. The first one in that first quarter. I said, come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? And then he had a couple in that third quarter where I was like Luke Walton. Me and Luke Walton we were locked in, mentally. Where I said, okay, get him out. You don't have it tonight. But I will say this. This is the beauty of having Buddy Hield be your sixth man and come off the bench. You can do that. That's okay.
Sure.
It doesn't hurt you. Like, he didn't have it last night.
And that way, when Luke Walton yanks his ass out of the game and doesn't put him back in, hey, it's the rotation we're going with tonight, fellas. It's the rotation we are going with tonight.
But you can pull him. You can see what he has, and if he doesn't have it, then you can pull him. If he's got it, you ride that shot.
Buddy came running up the floor with 9:42 left in the fourth quarter, takes a 3 with like 37 seconds left on the shot clock, and dead ball, Buddy's gone, never to be seen or heard from again.
In that sequence, didn't he come down take a bad three. New Orleans gets the ball. They might have turned it over, and then they pass it up ahead to Buddy, and he takes the same exact three, breaks it again. And Luke was like, I've seen enough.
We're good. We'll see y'all. Please come have a seat.
It just wasn't his night, man. But you're gonna have those with Buddy. And once again, I keep saying it. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I don't want to beat a horse at all. But
thank you for the clarification.
But
and who started beating dead horses to where this needed to become a saying?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It's kind of wild. I was watching BMF last night. I'm on the episode where Wood Harris beats his buddy to death because he tried to go behind his back. So that's what came into my head. Okay. But this is fine. I have no problem with the role Buddy Hield plays on this team. And look, I know if it cost them in a game, I'll probably say otherwise. I'll be like, why'd you take that shot? But the heat checks, that's what he's there for. That's his job. His job is to see if he could heat up like the microwave and hit from all over the place. And if he don't have it, then we move on. If he has it, we got action. I really don't. It sounds odd. It sounds crazy. I know. I really don't have any problem with the way Buddy Hield played last night and has been playing.
Yeah, me neither.
I could yank his ass out of the
game. That's it. Like, as long as the end result for nights like last night is him not playing the final 9:42 of the game, I'm good. It's like a lottery ticket with Buddy Hield. You're buying a lottery ticket knowing there's a risk you're going to lose, but if you don't, man, you could win 100, you could win 200. You might hit the jackpot.
Might hit the jackpot.
There's always that risk versus reward with Buddy Hield. But I'm with you though. Now that his role is different, I'm good with it. And speaking of I guess the other microwave is busted. That joint out of commission.
Their microwave got sent to pasture.
Do they send microwaves to pasture?
Yeah.
Is that what you do when the microwave dies? You send it to pasture?
I guess so. Or you leave it on your curb.
or in Luke's case, you leave it on your bench. You just leave it there. Terence Davis ain't played. We spent all day yesterday. Oh, there's no way. Even James Ham was like, oh, no, Luke can't have that short of a rotation again on the second night of a back-to-back. That'd be tough. That's like, it was risky what he did the night before, but I get it. You're going against Utah. You want to try to steal that win. Like, I get it, but you're not going to run a rotation that short. Wrong.
Yeah.
You ran the exact same rotation, and we saw the emergence of Tristan Thompson in the game getting some minutes because we lost Rashaun Holmes, rest in peace, who was thrown out of the game.
Yeah.
But by the way, Rashaun Holmes still had 12 points and 6 rebounds in 16 minutes.
He was a problem out there, man. It was a problem. Can we? I don't want to mess up. Can we get into that real quick? Rashaun Holmes, his production in that short of time, and some of the national praise and accolades.
Well, I believe one of D'Lo and Casey's favorite guests of all time has emerged with a take on Rashaun Holmes.
He says Rashaun Holmes had. Because he's not getting the names right in no Sacramento game. Rashaun Holmes has a great chance.
Well, he knows Rashaun's name because he played in Philadelphia.
There we go.
So because he was around Joel.
Guy. What did he call Jemias?
Jack doesn't know who he is, but
what did he call Jemias?
Jemias, yeah. And he thought Jemias played really good in summer league. Like, oh God. Thanks for joining us, John. We'll catch you on the flippy flip.
Let me tell you why the Kings aren't going to be any good.
Yeah. Davion Mitchell, Darren Fox's backup. Like, damn. Okay, man. Easy.
But in all fairness, John Hollinger did write a piece on talking about how Rashaun Holmes is the most underrated player in the NBA.
And in his in his Sacramento Kings, breakdown preview that led to that ill-fated conversation we had here on the show. He said that as part. He was like, one thing that the Kings got going on, he's Rashaun Holmes. He talks about Rashaun Holmes, and he used that line. He might be the most underrated player in the entire league. And then, now after seeing the production Rashaun has, he's decided, you know what? I'm going to make that more than a sentence.
Yeah, and he's right. I'll give that to him. I think I'd have to really go down the list and talk about the most underrated, but he's on the short list. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? He's got to be. This is a guy that night in, night out, you can depend on his production at the bare minimum. When you talk about somebody's averages, like his averages are the bare minimum. He's giving you that regardless. May give you a whole lot more. You know what I mean? And for the bargain that he was, nobody really wanted to pay him this offseason. He's one of the top centers in the game. And that led Hollinger to ask the question, could he be a possible all-star this year? And I thought about it, and I think he's on the outside looking in, but it's not crazy. It really isn't crazy when you talk about the center position. It's not out of the realm of possibility, I don't believe. Kings might have 3 all-stars.
Wow. I'm about to take the second extended pause of the show because I don't know what to do with that. I mean, let's start the campaign now. What if the Kings had 1? Oh my gosh, what if the Kings had 1? I love the way that the column starts, though. By the way, the names mentioned from John Hollinger in his column about 7 NBA players you might not know, but need to. There's a Desmond Bain reference.
Yeah, Desmond Bain
to start the column. Cole Anthony, which I kind of feel like people know.
Yeah, Cole Anthony I saw him the other night. He had a real good game against Minnesota.
Maybe we're not paying enough attention to Javonte Green, Jalen Brunson, another player I feel like people know, but maybe not. And I can see why he'd be on this list as well. Your BFF Cam Reddish here on the list. But the way he starts the Rashaun Holmes thing is funny to me because I hear this sentence in my head. Look, Rashaun Holmes is the most underrated player in the league. Okay, it's not even close. That's what the sentence says, and that's how I hear it. Look, Rashaun Holmes is the most underrated player in the league, okay? It's not even close. This is seemingly nobody outside of Sacramento knows who Holmes is. He's building a strong early season case that maybe he should make the All-Star team. Even with Darren Fox's body possessed by the ghost of Corey Joseph.
Damn. Jesus, Hollinger.
A roster that prominently features Mo Harkless and a rotating cast of bad backup bigs.
Oh, wow. Alex Len looked terrible last night.
The Kings are an extremely competent 3-4 after nearly leaving Utah with a win Tuesday night. Boy, that said a lot. That paragraph said a lot.
So what's crazy about that?
The ghost of Corey Joseph.
That was a hell of a line. That's a bar. You want to talk about bars? That's a bar right there. That was
the next sentence is West Side when we ride, coming quick with game. You claim to be a player, but never mind.
I don't know. And that one, I don't know if he's dissing De'Aaron or Corey Joseph.
I don't know. I know he just trashed Tristan Thompson and Alex Len, though. I know that for sure.
Yeah, after Len, well, I'm not going to be fair. The hell with that. After what we saw from Alex Len last night.
What game is Alex Len played in that he hasn't played well?
Thank you. But what we saw last night, Tristan played well on Sunday. Alex Len played well, I think, in the Jazz game. He played well in the Phoenix game. What's this guy talking about?
I don't know, man. He's spectacular. This is incredible. And then he goes on to praise Rashaun Holmes. He's
Is he the
superficial.
only player that he likes on the Kings?
Oh, very much so. Very, very, very much so. Rashaun Holmes is definitively the only player on the Kings that he likes. Western Conference coaches put Holmes in the All-Star game. It's not a ridiculous ask these days.
Well, let's do a little research here on D'Lo and KC.
5 of the Kings' top 6 two-man units are Holmes and nobody else. Boy.
That's just a
I sure hope John Hollinger isn't applying for a media credential anytime soon in Sacramento, because I'm going to walk around with a shirt that day that says, that's him, and I'm going to stand next to him the whole day. That's John right there. That way every fan in the concourse could walk by and say their piece to John Hollinger. At least he likes Rashaun. I mean, it's better than
he loves Rashaun. Probably trying to get him out of Sacramento.
I don't think he's paying enough attention to Tristan Thompson and particularly Alex Lynn. But hey, I guess I'm Homer J. Simpson here.
But check this out though. Jokic, 8 games, 8, 7, some people 9 games in. Don't get it twisted. But Jokic is the starter at the center position. After that, I'm just looking at a list of centers in the Western Conference, and it's just really highlighted right now by points per game. You got Karl Anthony Towns. I don't know. I mean, he's having a great season, but if they're not good, I don't think he should make it. Christian Wood.
But it's not centers anymore though. It's front and back.
Yeah, but you're right. But they'll take a traditional center, I think. Maybe they would.
Bro, Rashawn's got to be really good.
Did they take Gobert last year?
I'm sure they did. He cried one year.
He cried when that's right. When he didn't make it.
But I don't think that was last year.
No, it wasn't. I think he made it last year.
Okay.
I think he did. So
Rudy Gobert, the biggest fan of Ben Simmons in history, because there would have been a lot of conversation this offseason about Rudy Gobert had it not been for Ben Simmons. Because Ben Simmons erased how horrible Rudy Gobert was in the playoffs.
He absolutely did. Because that performance in Game 6 against the Clippers.
He's got a whole year to be better than he was last year. He got the Ben Simmons reprieve. And I'm not hating on Rudy Gobert. He's a good ball player, but boy. By the way, Rashaun playing above his averages from last year so far this season, as is Harrison. I don't know. Call me crazy. I think this team might be better, KC. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Again, it could be crazy. I think this team's better.
They are better
than last year.
They are better. We mentioned it before. I don't think this team wins that game last night, or this team last year wins that game last night. I think they fold like a deck of cards, and at the very least, it's like this tight game with a minute to go, 1 possession. Maybe they pull it out. They probably don't. Something like that. They came. Not only did they bounce back, they ran away. They ran away from the Pelicans. What did the Pelicans score? 12 points in the fourth quarter?
Yeah. What everyone was. Who scored 11 the other? Was it the Celtics?
Yeah,
Who scored 11 the other night? Was it the Celtics?
39-11 Bulls.
Everybody was making so much of that game, and I guess because the Kings only scored 20, like it looks different. But the Pelicans scored 12 points last night in the fourth quarter.
And one of them was
scoring 35 in the third.
And one of those was a 24-second violation that didn't get called.
Bruh. Well,
they could have had 9 points in the quarter.
Tony was busy trying to figure out who he was going to call his next foul on. So he wasn't worried about it. Even De'Aaron stopped like, no? Okay. I guess that's that.
Embarrassing Tony Brothers.
Get my Tony Brothers jersey over at NBA.com.
But yeah, so I caught my eye when I saw that last night about the love that John Hollinger had for Rashaun Holmes and
no one else.
No one else at all.
The love he has for Rashaun. By the way, you mentioned you brought up Karl Anthony Towns. Minnesota looked pretty good to start. Ask me how they're doing now.
How are they doing now?
Well, Kenny, I'm glad you asked. They've lost 3 in a row. They're 3-4. So, started at the top. Now to here, they dropped down a little bit. And now we are in full let's go Minnesota lose every game mode. Because it's like, all right.
Yeah, get with the Pelicans.
They got a couple things going here. It's like, wait a minute. They're back. All right. Let's just stink now. Let's just be awful.
Yeah, just call it a season already. Call it a season.
I listened to I was running the game back before our call this morning, and on Synergy it was the
Pelicans call.
The Pelicans broadcast. Thank you. Sorry.
Daniels in the house.
It was the Pelicans call. And every time Mo Harkless shot the ball, it was like, well, that's what you want. It's not Buddy Hield. That's what you want. You want to keep the ball out of Buddy Hield's hand. Let Mo Harkless get that shot up. He can't hit from there. Let him do it as long as it's not Buddy. I think the Pelicans will be fine. It was like I swear to you, they said that like 3 times in the second because Mo took a couple of threes. And every time, or it might even been a long 2. Every time, you give Mo Harkless that you can't give it to Buddy. Can't give it to Buddy Hield. Can't give it to Buddy Hield. Buddy misses like 4 shots in a row. Well, you don't want him to get hot. It's like there's a Cliff Notes version on how to cover Buddy in the league. It's like you don't want him to get hot. He'll hit a couple which is true. He'll hit a couple and he'll kill you. But
you know what?
Luke was like, you know what?
Not tonight. Not tonight. You know what's kind of. I don't want to, I guess I can't say bizarre, but people are terrified of Buddy Hield around the league.
Scared to death.
They are terrified.
Well, Steph, Buddy, that's just the way that it is.
And we're terrified of him too.
Well, and it's true. We just a little bit, a little bit scary because you can have moments like you had last night. And again, don't. This isn't Buddy hating. This is accepting Buddy for what he is. We have determined that Buddy is an elite shooter on a game-to-game basis.
Mm-hmm.
And just like a championship belt, he has the ability to lose that elite status. Somebody could cash in their money in the bank. And last night it was Harrison Barnes who got the elite title for the Sacramento Kings. And Buddy lost his elite status for a game, and he can get it back. That's the only way I'm going to go with the elite storyline. We're going to go game to game. Because I think at one point he was shooting like 56% from 3.
Right.
I think it's down to it was 40 yesterday, so I got to assume it's back down
it's
below 40. Because it's not like he goes 0 for 3 from 3.
Right.
It's a 1 of 10. It's 2 of 10. Like he gonna get him up, and he's either gonna bring that percentage way up, like he did a couple of nights ago when he was 7 for 11, or he's gonna bring that sucker right back down, which is what he did last night when he was 2 of 10.
And for clarification, me and Damian both said we like the way Buddy is playing right now, even when he's not
responsible for wins.
Yep. Yeah. Well, even like when he's not hitting, like last night he wasn't hitting. I'm not going to just be like, oh, I hate that Buddy Hield. Like I don't like he didn't make his shots. I thought for the most part, like he got good looks. He was working his ass off yesterday on both ends of the floor.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I have no problem with how Buddy is playing right now.
That's another thing that we should probably show Buddy some love for, because I think that's been pretty consistent all year. There were times last year, again, call me crazy for thinking this team is different. There were times last year where if Buddy's shot's not falling, he gone.
Yeah.
You don't see anything else from Buddy out there. That hasn't been the case at all this year. Though I think his shot has fallen, at least game-wise, more times than not. If not, it's probably pretty freaking close to 50-50.
Yeah.
But all 8 games, I feel like Buddy is you see him, you notice him out there, you see him working.
Buddy's energy, Buddy's attitude, Buddy's vibe, it's all been positive. It's all been positive. I can't say this enough. I don't have any problem with what I've seen from Buddy Hield so far this season. Whether he's having a good game or a bad game, I have no problem with it. He's been fine.
By the way, forgive me for taking so long to mention this here on the show, but at 4:00 when D'Lo and Casey wrap up, make sure you check out the Kings Beat podcast with James Ham.
Yeah.
Talk to Luke Walton. So go peek that. It's a really good convo between those two. They have a nice rapport. There was no hi James at the beginning. It's good stuff. Go subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, it'll be right there for you where you get podcasts from, where you get the D'Lo and Casey podcast from, wherever you get podcasts from. Search the Kings Beat and go listen to it 4:00 on the dot. As soon as the show is over, you know what? You can listen to it at 3:55:15.
Yeah,
3:55:15. You could go listen to the Kings Beat podcast. It's about 30 minutes. Really good listen. As all of them are. Listen for Sean Cunningham's stories. Sean Cunningham's stories are as great as James Ham's Kings knowledge. But this was just James and Luke Walton, and it's a really good listen, and it dropped this morning. So you can go take a listen to that. We're going to come back. Deuce Mason is going to join us in about 30 minutes, and you'll hear more from Darren Fox. And I want to get back to his assessment of his struggles recently. And I want to hear how you feel about that. That's coming up next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I laughed out loud when I saw the Packers sign Blake Bortles.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Blake.
So our guy, HBK, Brendan Nunez, was at the game
Last night. Yep.
Brendan, does Brendan live in Sacramento?
Yeah. I think so.
I didn't know if he did.
Tony doesn't.
Tony definitely doesn't. I didn't know.
Yeah, I think Brendan does. Now I'm questioning myself.
I don't know why I wouldn't think he lives in Sacramento, but I wasn't sure.
Lord, what is that? A big ass box outside.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what that is. So y'all really think Franz Wagner is better than Davion Mitchell?
There's a lot of people who think that. I like who, Franz? Yeah. Franz is on Mac Jones status right now. Franz is a good ball player. Somebody tweeting like, we didn't want this guy.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't want Franz Wagner. I'm okay with Davion. Yeah, I'm good with Davion. We're straight.
Pocket. Shout out to Big Roar Dog. Pocket watching Buddy bonuses. He has all the incentives here. $500,000 for playing 85% of the games or more and shooting 85% from the line. Check. $500,000 for leading the league in 3 points made. Not so much. He's 2 off the lead.
These guys. Now you guys are. I'm not saying anything about anybody, but y'all got all his incentives. That's hilarious.
You got them all. Oh, one more quick note for the core. I know it's tough, but I promise you, not all blue hoodies have been delivered. So if you didn't get one in your core, it's on the way. If you didn't get one and you think you're core, it might not be on the way for you. No, I'm just kidding. I can't think of anybody who fits into that category. We have sent out, I can't stress this enough. We ain't made shit off this website. And y'all have supported this website like crazy, but it's legit. All right, let's get some more blue hoodies out there. We got to, keep the bosses happy. We got to send out some hoodies here, send out some hoodie. We send a nice little package to Deuce and Mo, send some stuff out to our man Lance. They still, they still being delivered. I gotta send some. It didn't even dawn on me this morning. Dave Garcia, who's responsible, him and the Dope Ones are responsible for all of this. Is like, oh, I haven't sent Dave any.
Dave ain't got nothing.
No, he will. I took care of that this morning. But there's more hoodies on the way out there. I promise. Y'all have been incredibly. It really is crazy that y'all are rocking stuff with our show logo on it. Like that's so dope to us. I know y'all ain't gonna buy the Drake Bars shirt, but it's fun. Like, come on, have some fun. We're gonna discount it. The OK Drake Flow t-shirts already on the clearance rack over at DeLoandKC.com.
You can find those over at Ross. They'll be at Ross by Tuesday. That's when
this is terrible. This is so gross. Jackson Wrigley jumps in here. What a great win last night. Did I miss Drake Bars? Yeah.
You did.
You gotta hit the show early.
We'll isolate that. We'll isolate that for those that missed it, but you guys got to get in here early. I'm not going to always isolate it. Jesse's not always going to isolate it. You got to get in here early. It's usually going to be after the first or second. If the Kings win, it's going to be after the first segment. All right, Drake Bars will be there. Got to get in here. You
got to be here with us early after the win. You know what? Just to be safe, set an alarm on your phone for 11:50 a.m. And then just tune in every day for 4 hours. That's all we ask. 20 hours a week. That's all we ask. It's just like a part-time job.
Yeah, it's a part-time job.
It's just a part-time job. That's it.
It's all good. But Jackson, don't worry. We're going to isolate the Drake Bars today because people are just asking for them everywhere. It's just crazy right now. My DMs, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Give me the name of one person who's DM'd you.
I mean, the DMs are DMs for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get into all that. You know what I mean? It's in poor taste. But it's crazy. Just know that it's crazy.
Okay. I definitely believe you. definitely believe you.
Damian Barling, he's in my DMs. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Indeed. Darren Fox seemed to bounce back a little bit last night. I think he was solid last night. He wasn't, oh my gosh, he's incredible. But he was good. And I was happy to see him. I think we were all happy to see him play the way that he did. He was asked about the differences offensively and defensively between the team this year and last year.
I think right now we're defending a little bit better than we did last year. But right now I think we just have, we have the firepower to overcome a lot of, if someone's not playing well. Obviously, our Buddy and Davion coming off the bench, guys that can really put the ball in the basket. Harrison's playing at a high level. We're still trying to get Ty to shoot the ball more. But we have a lot of different guys that can put the ball in the basket. So offensively, when we're having those struggles, we try to get out of it together, try to move the ball, cut and just try to find, the open guy because we have multiple guys who can put the ball in the basket.
Okay. I want to play this clip for you one more time because we played it right before we had to step out for a minute. Deuce Mason's going to join us, by the way. Morgan can't be with us today. I joked about us not having her appearance fee. Joked. No, she actually has some television work that she has to do today. She gave me a heads up on that. So Deuce will be with us on his brand new 8K camera coming up in about less than 30 minutes, about 25 minutes.
Hopefully he's wearing a suit and tie.
Well, hopefully he's not wearing what he was wearing last night. Let's just hope for that.
He might be.
It
was clean.
Okay. Sure. We'll go with that.
Who was that, Morgan, who said TJ McConnell?
That's good. That's good. I'm probably just jealous because Deuce clearly can wear black shoes and black socks, and I can't.
You can't.
I cannot, as was proven at Topgolf many months ago. This is De'Aaron talking about his struggles and if he's feeling the pressure, and I want to get your thoughts on what De'Aaron says here.
I'm fine. Once I go home, I don't really give a it's over. You know what I'm saying? I watch film. When I'm in the gym, that's what I'm thinking about. But when I'm not in the gym, you know what I'm saying? I talk to my friends, my people, my fiance. That is what it is. I don't need to, you know what I'm saying? If I'm not playing well, I know I'm not playing well. I don't really give a if somebody else tells me I'm not playing well. If I am playing well, I know I'm playing well. I've never been like growing up, my parents didn't always tell me good job. It didn't matter to me. I never played for, you know what I'm saying, for gratitude. It didn't matter to me. So if I'm not playing well, I know I'm not. If I'm playing well, I know I am. It doesn't matter what anybody's telling me.
What do you think about that? There's a lot there. I know there's a lot there.
Yeah, there's a lot. And I feel a number of different ways about that. And it's not anything towards Fox or anything. I just kind of, the person I am, I just handle things a little differently. But
I kind of expected you to say that, and I was hoping you'd explain it.
I probably would take it home with me. Not like I'm yelling at the people at my house or nothing like that, but I'm at the house, just like it's on my mind. You know what I mean? If everybody else is asleep, it's on my mind. Like, how can I be better? Or I'm frustrated because I'm not playing well. And, maybe if I'm in the NBA, maybe I'm at home and I'm like, I gotta go get them up, man. And I take a drive to the gym or something like that. That's not saying that if you do that, you're more dedicated than somebody else. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying that's probably how I would go about it. But one of the things that I did like about what he said was he doesn't need other people telling him he plays bad because he knows he's playing bad, or vice versa. If he's playing good, he doesn't need pats on the back. He knows he's playing good. And one of the things that reminded me of is I always believe there's no harsher critic about my performance out there than myself.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm De'Aaron Fox, KC can't be harder on myself than I am of myself. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So to his point of, I already know I'm not playing well. Me saying whatever I said, or Damian saying whatever he said, he's like, yeah, you guys are actually going light on me. I've been harder on myself the last week and a half because I haven't been playing well. That's something that I can relate to, and I'm assuming that's probably how Fox is. Like, Fox is probably just as frustrated and disappointed in his play than I was, or you was, or any other fan who was. So I dig that about what he had to say.
Okay. I actually appreciated the fact he says, I leave that stuff at the gym. Now, I also don't believe like he gets in the car, drives home, and it magically turns off. Like you talked about, and everybody's in bed. Here's what I'm thinking about. Here's what I might be doing. We can all speak about like situations. We can all speak about how we think we might react based on our personality if we're in a situation. I appreciate that note about De'Aaron saying, I'm really not listening to what other people are saying. I know I stunk, or I know I'm not playing well. I know when I am playing well. I know when I'm not playing well. I don't need people to tell me that. And it does no one, and this is my opinion. This isn't what De'Aaron said. It does no one any good to take that stuff home to your wife and kid, or your fiance and kid, or whoever. It does no good for anybody. But when I heard the clip, I thought, oh Lord, are people going to start questioning De'Aaron's dedication because of this? I mean, there aren't many people
that don't understand what he's saying. Like that's probably who would do it, and that's on them because they don't get it.
I think there are so many people who are like conditioned to the Kobe LeBron style where they're locked in. It was a big story that LeBron spends $1 million on his body. Yeah, I'm sure there are a ton of athletes that do that. Between massage therapy and crowd therapy chambers and all of these different things, I am positive there's a number of athletes chefs, all of that stuff. But it's LeBron, so it got a big story out of it. Kobe, we've heard Kobe's work ethic forever. Yeah, it's Kobe. Like, it's dope. Like, I think the Mamba mentality, right? Didn't Ray Allen do the same thing? Ray Allen was the same way. And Ray Allen mentality. Like, we kind of like, attach things to these guys, but like not everybody operates like that. And this isn't quite like Darren. I'm bust his ass to be great. But I appreciated that line about, like, I know what y'all talking about. I know what D-Lo and KC, not B-Lo and JC, but D-Lo and KC. I know what they talking about. I know what y'all said. Matt George asked him about COVID. He simply was like, no. Laughed at him. Laughed at Matt George. Matt George got laughed at by De'Aaron Fox. But I thought it was a good question from Matt George. Yeah. He was like, hey, look, can you clear this up? You had COVID. Like, do you think that's had an effect on anything? And De'Aaron chuckled and was like, no. That was it. But I appreciate Matt for asking the question, because it was one of those things that was talked about. It was one of those things that was asked during this stretch. Like, because we're trying to figure out why De'Aaron isn't what we thought it would be. Like, why isn't De'Aaron finishing why doesn't De'Aaron look exactly like we saw him when we saw him last before he got sick? And so we're throwing spaghetti against the wall, trying to figure out what sticks. None of it stuck. None of it. We're still trying to figure it out. And it's like, okay, last night was a step towards, okay, Kings fans can exhale. I think most Kings fans are like, okay, our guy's here. Okay, we good. And now we want to see, it's the NBA season's a ladder match, right? We want to see him, how slowly they climb that ladder. We want to see De'Aaron, climb that ladder and get back to, what we saw last year, at least some version of what we saw last year.
Yeah. And to your point, what you talked about earlier with not taking that home, I mean, I like I said, I hope people understand what he's saying. Like, he could, when everybody goes to sleep at the house, he could be thinking about it. You know what I mean? But not even Kobe, these guys, I don't believe, I wasn't at their home, so I don't know. But Kobe has a bad game. As dedicated, as intense as he was about the game and getting better or whatever, he's not coming in there and yelling at the girls. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, he comes home and he's home. He's with his girls, and that's what it is, So that's what I took when I said he's not taking it home with him. Like, he's not in a depressed state because he's not playing well, but he's, he's aware of it, and he's doing what he feels he needs to do to get out of that. And like I said yesterday, how I handle it or how I would handle it isn't, number one, how everybody else handles it. And number two, isn't always the way to do it. Like, I'm out there like, yo, you need to go out there and shoot 1,000, to get back into your groove. Like I mentioned, if the same thing happens in March, I may be like, hey, man, just get away. Let's go play video games for a little bit. Not every situation calls for every same remedy to try and fix it, I believe. You know what I'm saying? You just got to kind of read what's going on and go with your gut about what's going to help you at that particular time. So I didn't have any problem with what he said.
Luke talked about De'Aaron playing like himself again.
Yeah. On the offensive end, for sure. Darren's still doing a lot of nice things for us. Us here in Sac know what he's capable of and what he looks like when he's putting a ton of pressure on other teams' defense. And there was definitely more moments of that tonight.
Let's stick with Darren Fox a little bit longer here, KC. Here's Luke talking about knowing that Darren will be able to get back to scoring like we know he can.
With Darren, yeah, look, we all know, like, our team, we're going to continue to play hard. We're going to continue to get better. We're going to continue to push. For us to take one of the big steps we have to take forward is we got to be able to knock down, 3-point shots and big shots, and we know Darren can do it. He's
as Luke still believing in his guy.
Yeah, I still believe in him too. I believe in what he can be.
Mariah Carey style. I was about to burst out into song, but there's been enough singing on today's show that I figured, you know what?
Never enough singing
or
bars on today's show.
We ain't gonna do it today.
I believe in him. I believe in what De'Aaron Fox can be, and I definitely believe that he's a lot better than what he's shown, and that he'll get to a better place. Once again, what's fine? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure he gets to 27 a night, like maybe we originally thought, but he'll get to a cool 21, 22 a night with 8 or 9 assists a night. It's a hell of a ball player and a hell of a season if he can get to that.
I mean, I think he's at, like 18 and a half or something like that right now, 18 and a half, 19. Like I'm sorry to be the broken Drake record. This is what he was averaging through 10 games last year. It's what he was averaging through like 14 games last year.
Yeah.
He drops 43 tomorrow. Everything changes. All of the averages change. Everything changes. He drops 40 tomorrow, and the first or games 2 through 5 or whatever are forgotten, or games 2 through 6 of the season are completely forgotten.
Yeah. So hopefully we see that. I'd love to see that tomorrow night. Drop 45, Fox. Let's see what happens with the numbers.
In front of the jam-packed Golden One Center.
Well,
They were hanging from the Raptors, as Gorilla Monsoon used to say. Weren't they? Hanging from the Raptors, guy. There was a picture posted. My man Blake, I think, posted it. Man.
Now I want to. Okay, I need to see.
You could get a ticket if you wanted to.
I want to see that picture.
Okay, I'll tag you in it. It got tagged to me on social media. I'll
Because
get it to you.
I thought it was. They weren't Gorilla Monsoon hanging from the rafters, but I thought it was a little more crowded than I expected.
Okay, and it's worth pointing out, all due respect, Pelicans aren't exactly a team, especially without Zion Williamson, that you're like, oh man.
Yeah, no.
I have got to go see the New Orleans Pelicans play basketball.
Yeah, no.
I have got to go see that.
No. The game Friday. Number one, a more attractive person with LaMelo Ball. Number two, being a Friday.
Yeah.
Like I wonder right now with the way things are, if this is just like a weekend thing. Like the weekday games are going to be kind of tough.
Well, this is also sorry to point this out. Pandemic isn't over. Two, and this is something that and don't get this twisted. This isn't a Sacramento Kings problem. This isn't a Sacramento problem.
No, I saw something yesterday with not to cut you, sorry, but with the San Jose Sharks, who had like a record low attendance for like a no restrictions crowd. Like it was they do really well. Like they sell out a lot, and it's a really good team. And they had like a record low attendance the other night.
Yeah, this feels maybe it's a sports problem. I don't get the feeling it's a football problem, but it's it's an NBA problem. You know, I poked fun at the crowd at the Pelicans when the Kings played in New Orleans. I was like, do they know there's a game? Like, did you have to offer free Saints tickets or free LSU tickets to get in there? Like, how do you? And then you look around and you peep League Pass every once in a while, and it's like, oh,
yeah.
So it could be, people reluctant to go. There are restrictions at certain places about getting in. There may be people who don't want to get regular COVID tests. There may be people who aren't vaccinated. There could be, a variety of different things. But the one that I tend to lean on is, fam, I just don't think that discretionary money is there for people. That discretionary income is there for people anymore. Like, these tickets are expensive.
That's a big part of it as well. I think there's also some people that just they're not doing the crowds thing right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they're just
absolutely.
Not. I know somebody very well who's like, I'm not interested. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really care where the tickets are or what's going on. I'm not doing the crowd thing.
Yeah, Angelo in Tahoe Park right here, youtube.com/ESPN1320 says, I don't know about y'all, but I ain't going nowhere. I know a lot of people that feel that way. Shoot, I'm pretty sure I feel that way. I'm mad I got to go to the grocery store. You see Amazon added $10 to the grocery delivery? I'm like, kiss my ass. I ain't doing that. It was one thing that, I always fatten up the tip for the driver because I'm appreciative. Like, that's good stuff right there. Yeah. Now Amazon getting more of my money ain't going to be me.
Man, I'm telling you, shout out.
I'm going to be at that shiny new nugget everybody told me about when I moved here.
It's nice, too. That nugget is nice. Damien lives by the nicest nugget I've ever seen.
You got to get on the guest list to get in and grocery shop. So I got to shoot them a note, say, hey, I'm Kenny's friend. Can y'all let me in so I can get, some kale and some cucumbers? Or
you could have Walmart deliver them to you.
I ain't doing that. Because I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to get my groceries from there.
Well, there's certain things that you don't get from there. Like, you don't get your meat, you don't get your produce. But if you're getting like a bag of chips,
if I'm not getting it to me. Kenny, next time you at the house, open the pantry. Tell me how many bags of chips you see. All I really need is produce.
Some natural vegetable oil chips.
Well, they probably do, but I ain't gonna buy them because my stupid ass will eat all of them. This is healthy if you eat one serving. If you eat the entire bag, it's probably a problem.
Don't eat the entire bag.
Don't eat the entire bag. And the bamboo starts getting poured, or that McQueen and the Violet Fog. The Kings keep winning. Man, I'm gonna be running out of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. And
Sacramento Splash. I had to open up a new bottle yesterday.
Sacramento. I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. Sacramento Splash and Drake bars taking over Kings World.
Shout out to Black Bottles 916 pulled up on me, before the show.
Oh, word? Oh, word. That's cool. Okay. Okay, Black Bottles 916. I see you. That's good to know. That's good to know.
Matter of fact, I wasn't home. He waited for me.
Oh, wow. Must be nice. I know. I mean, it's crazy. I live so far. I live a whole like 11 and a half minutes from Black Bottles 916. No, but good for you. That's good. That's good. He liked the Drake bars so much. He drove all the way to Elk Grove.
I have something here. I don't have anywhere to put it. I don't know where I can put it.
Wow.
I just don't know where I can put this. I don't have
I see how it is.
Our house. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. So Kenny over here, for those listening on the radio, showing off these nice new Bel Air flutes. And no, that's good. Yeah, we'll see how funny it is when you do the next 2.5 hours of the show by yourself.
Don't make me. Black Bottles told me to do that.
That's good. Y'all. Okay. All right.
Yeah, man.
Y'all see how this dude acts, man?
But
you act like John Hollinger talking about the Sacramento Kings right there.
The ghost of Corey Joseph. My gosh,
dude.
If I was De'Aaron, I might slap him. If I see him, I might have to just. What'd you say? If I was Corey Joseph, when I see him, I might have to. What'd you say to me?
And he trashed a very large portion of the Kings roster. Like, you could have written an article where you just talked about Rashaun Holmes. You didn't have to trash the rest of the Sacramento Kings in the process.
Absolutely unnecessary.
Oh, man.
Alex
Lynn, by the way. Can we show Alex Lynn some love? We've mentioned him a couple times, man. He had his role, Tristan Thompson. Tristan Thompson was probably like, "Hey, this is an Alex Lynn game, man. I'm good to go. I ain't
didn't have his shoes on.
It did nothing. He had to run back to get his uniform on. I heard." That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Don't tweet that. But he stepped in. But Alex Lynn with Rashaun Holmes getting thrown out for throwing his deadly headband into the audience, as it was referred to on the telecast. Alex Lynn had to expand his minutes a little bit and take on some assignments that he probably wasn't counting on. And man, you talk about reliable, dude. I like Alex Lynn. He is the epitome of knowing your role.
Yes.
Alex Lynn knows. What did we hear the other day? Do your job. Mm-hmm. Alex Lynn knows his damn job, and he does it.
This is gonna sound crazy.
Fourth All-Star, Alex Lynn, right there. 4 All-Stars for the Kings this year.
Well, he's a terrible player. According to John Hollinger, he's terrible. Ain't no way he should even be in the league. But Deuce will have a field day with this. James Hand will probably have it. Look, man, I really don't want Alex Lynn to ever leave. I liked him when he was here the first time. Yeah.
Well, I think, you know what, to be fair, because I know where this is going. You're about to lock Alex Lynn up for like 5 years. I think a lot of people didn't want Alex Lynn to leave the first time that he was here.
Leave the first time.
Yeah.
I was like, you need a guy like this. And he's productive most of the time. I'm not saying he just always lights out, but most of the time he's productive. And like you just mentioned, Damian, having somebody that knows his role, accepts his role, and is good. Like even when he went to Washington after he left the Kings, I don't think it was like, I'm going here they're going to give me the ball and I'm going to average. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be able to go to work. I think the Kings just didn't offer him anything. Else he probably would have came back. Well, he did come back when he had an opportunity. Like I just don't think they offered him. So having a roster with a guy like Alex Lynn on it, that's depth right there. Yeah. And that's something that when I say I want him here for a long time, not saying max extension, I'm just saying I'd love to see Alex Len here for the next 2-3. I think he's on a 2-year deal now. Make it 3 years.
So let's lock up Alex Len, Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes.
Oh, for sure. We've been saying give him the next joint.
Okay. We're gonna let TD ride though.
Yeah, I may be running that back.
We'll step out, man. We'll come back. Dave Deuce Mason of the Deuce and Mo podcast joins us next here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I hit that ice skating thing when we come back, and I gotta update Deuce's nameplate here. For the skating? Okay. Did I have a bad one? Guess. Okay. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, Steven, he did think he was upgrading with a son. I'm glad he ran that back and said, you know what? I did.
But did he? But did he? You think so?
Well, okay, here's the thing. Maybe not upgrading, but he thought maybe he can get the same production at a cheaper price because Hassan was on the league minimum.
But was Alex Len here the year when Monty took over?
No, he was here.
So who's he upgrading over? I guess that should be my question.
So, well, Alex Len he was a free agent, so he didn't inherit him, but he was on the bubble roster.
Oh, okay.
And then Monty took over, and Alex Len was a free agent. Maybe Alex just wasn't on his radar, and he signed with something like that. But
okay,
I could see him thinking like, well, we have Alex Len, but he might get a few million from Washington. Let's just go with Hassan.
Maybe Alex was like, I ain't trying to wait around to see if this new regime is going to figure something out. I'm out of here.
Too. That too. Yeah.
I just realized I don't think he needs it, but I'll send it just in case.
Oh man.
Oh man. Same. Same.
That is Mando.
Deuce.
Scooter Banya.
Don't mind us, y'all. We're just filling out our timesheets. Man, I'm glad so many people peeping the James Ham podcast, man. That's good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Bring it, man.
Hey.
What's up, man? You look sharp over there, buddy.
Thanks for the hoodie. Thanks for the hoodie, guys.
For sure, man. Thank you. That's
How
dope,
you guys doing?
man. We're good, man. You look immaculate with this camera that you have there.
Dude, this new camera's pretty dope, I must
Yeah.
say. Huge upgrade over a webcam. So
Yeah.
the webcam's cool, but it's just like going out of focus.
It's a
the light
big difference.
It's
Like
fun. Yeah.
when I happened to be awake for that, I was like, oh, I was thinking they did something different with the light.
No.
Man, that's intense. Nah, that's dope.
Deuce, I'll talk to you about it on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
You good? You feeling good about things now?
I'm feeling great. Kings
Okay.
win.
Good.
Kings win.
Good.
But this is content.
Isn't it?
I don't want to waste content.
I cannot wait for what the hell you're gonna say. Were you at the game last night, Kenny?
Nah, I almost went, but
You're going Friday, right?
That's the plan.
Hang on, guys. Hang on 1 second. Oh boy. A couple of quick notes here. Let's start with this as Dave Deuce Mason settles in with us. Sharpen your skates and get ready to perfect your triple axel. The downtown Sacramento Ice Rink is back this winter, kicking off November 11th through January 16th. Head to endonline.com and your chance to score 4 tickets, courtesy of Downtown Sacramento Partnership, as we welcome in one half of the Deuce and Mo podcast. We couldn't afford both of them this week, so we just threw the entire feed to Dave. Dave, we appreciate you. I don't know why I keep calling you Dave. I've done that all morning.
Yeah,
David. David Mason. Deuce Mason here with us.
You hook it up with those skates. You know, I can dominate on ice skates. Ice skates,
really?
blading. I swear to you, get me on some skate. I don't know how I have that talent. That's like one talent I have. I will fly around those rinks. What's that?
You're spinning around. You can do all that.
I mean, I'm not going to be doing jumps, but I'm pretty good for
on
like
the ground, like you could spin.
I could do a spin, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do a spin. I'm a decent. I'm cool on the skating rink, but I'm not doing much of. No, I'm not doing no Deuce Mason, obviously.
I mean, what don't you dominate at? I mean, your wardrobe is impeccable today.
Hey, I got the hoodie on. There's nothing like hoodie season.
And for sure.
This is a comfy hoodie, by the way.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. He's rocking the D'Lo and KC black bottles.
I had to tell Deuce, I thought the coaching staff looked nice yesterday.
What were they wearing?
They had that, little dry fit with the zipper thing. I mean, I'm not.
But it
looked a lot better than the crew neck. The crew neck, come on, that was inexcusable.
I guess I just don't care. I really don't care. Like, if they want to wear suits, cool. If they want to be a little more casual, you're coaching a basketball game. I think it's kind of weird. It's just same thing in baseball. The managers are in like a full uniform. That's kind of weird. Like, hey, let me. Could you imagine if Walton's on the sideline and he was just wearing a Kings uniform?
Did you see?
Well, that's what you did last night. It worked.
I mean, I'm always ready if you guys want.
Oh, here we go. There it is.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
I'm done. Between Drake bars and Jersey Deuce, I can't deal with this show anymore.
Hey, this is a sharp jersey, full uniform, baby.
I like the jersey.
That is legit. The question is, that's a sharp uniform, by the way. That looks good, and I believe that is Darren Fox's actual uniform. Can you confirm you slept in Darren Fox's uniform last night?
No, you know what's so funny? I was like, I should just put it on for this. I could just have a little fun with it.
It's a good bit.
Yeah, good bit.
It's a good bit.
It's over now. It's over. Don't worry. The hoodie's back on. We're good.
I like it though. I like it. There was something else I was about to ask you. I can't remember.
Well, as you're thinking about that, can we pass on some news that might be relevant to all of us?
Only if it's good news.
The Hornets say LaMelo Ball is probable and PJ Washington is doubtful for Charlotte's game in Sacramento.
Well, good. I don't want to see PJ Washington come to town and drop a 40 bomb on Sacramento again.
Damn.
Hey, I honestly just want to see PJ succeed. I'm just rooting.
Yeah, that's a good point.
PJ needs to ball out, get this next contract.
I'm just rooting for that, brother, man. Like, do well. Maybe you have a off night, if you will, here in Sacramento. But yeah, I'm rooting for that brother to succeed. But I mean, that was from Mark Stein right there, reporting on some things that the Hornets said. I think all of us. I got a chance to catch the night chat, which is the morning chat for me. But I think all of us were kind of looking forward to seeing Charlotte and seeing this Kings team against this is a pretty young, exciting squad there in Charlotte, Deuce.
Dude, I mean, when I turn on League Pass, that's like the first team I'm like checking in on at like 4 o'clock, 4:30. Are they playing? Let's watch them because they get up and down the floor. Miles Bridges is playing out of his mind right now too. That guy he's a freak athlete, but you could just tell he's worked on his game a lot. And LaMelo, it is crazy how I felt about him before the draft and how I feel about him now. I think so many people were wrong about him. Hell, the Golden State Warriors are wrong. You don't think that right now they're thinking back if they would have just taken LaMelo or Haliburton instead of Wiseman? And Wiseman, it could still work out. But like LaMelo is, to me, just an instant changer for a franchise. The guy, his passing ability, he's got great size. He could shoot it, plays with flair. He's one of the most entertaining players to watch in the league.
Yeah, man, I love watching LaMelo play out there. And Deuce, tell me what you think about this. I told Damian earlier, the Hornets are almost like poor man's, or maybe they're on the same plane as somebody like the Atlanta Hawks right now. And what I mean by that, roster wise is you look at the Hawks roster and you're like, yo, this guy can play. He's nice. I like his game. Like, this guy's good. Next thing you know, you're 11, 12 people into the roster. The Hornets kind of got the same setup. Like, you can just go down that roster and they got a bunch of guys that I know me personally. I like Terry Rozier. I like Gordon Hayward and all those guys. Like
Kelly Oubre. I know he had a rough night. I mean, the Hornets were bad last night, but Kelly Oubre's been nice for them. So they've got long, athletic guys. They move the ball around. They get up and down the floor. It's going to be a tough one. And I know there's like people looking ahead at the schedule a little bit, and it's not as easy as it looks. I think right now there are 5 bad teams in the NBA. Like 5 really bad teams.
Who you got?
And the Kings just played one of them twice.
Yeah, right. You got the Pelicans, you've got Houston, OKC, Detroit, and is it maybe Orlando?
Orlando's 2-7.
Yeah. And look, maybe those teams get better. My whole point though is look at the standings, man. Everyone's pretty close. I think you're looking at these games every night going, God, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. That's a lot of teams are kind of jammed in there. There's a ton of parity. I can't remember last time we've seen this much parity to start a season in the NBA, and it's great. The games have been entertaining around the league for the most part. It's been fun, but it's challenging. Like, you got the Hornets Friday, the Pacers coming to town. I know they got off to a slow start, but LeVert's back. They're getting used to things now. They just beat the Knicks last night. Even going on the road, and I mean, you take on the Suns again, then you go on the road, you get the Spurs. They've been in every game, so it's not going to be easy. But the Kings, to their credit, after 8 games with their best player not playing to the level that we all expect them to play, they're 4-4 against like really solid teams.
Yeah. And we talked about it a couple different times. I mean, if you draw it out for 82 games and they're on this 4-4 pace, it's 500. We all were like, yeah, we good with 500, coming into the season. So I like that. The game last night against New Orleans, this may be hyperbole. I don't think it is. I don't know if the Kings the last couple of years win that game. And what I mean by that is they came out, they played relatively well in that first half. And I always felt for whatever, they just couldn't get away from the Pelicans like I thought they should. Like, I thought they were playing a lot better than what the score indicated. But New Orleans was hitting threes and they were able to stay within like 4 or 5 points. And then they went on their run. It was like 11-12-0 run. They go up by 6 midway through the third quarter. And I really believe, not that this is some type of championship team now, but I don't think they win that game the last couple of years. And if they do, it's like this close 1 possession game that they kind of eke out. And we're like, man, it was close against New Orleans when it shouldn't have been. Not only did they come back and take care of business, they ran away with that game last night. Do you think that's accurate that maybe they won this game the last couple of years?
100% agree with you. Absolutely. Like, even that first half was so weird because it felt like the Kings should have been up by more, but man, there were some weird rebounds off Hornets misses that went long to them. They had, I think, 9-second chance points in the first half. Those were all threes. And it was just those back-breaking things where the Kings get a stop, but the long rebound goes out. Hornets hit a 3, and you're like, that's trash. Like, they shouldn't even be in this game, but they were hitting some threes and the Kings weren't hitting threes. And the Kings, when you're taking on competition like the Pelicans right now without Ingram, with Zion still out, and you're at home, these are the games you got to take care of business. But those are the games that the Kings would not take care of business the last couple of years. Like, these are the games that you need to win by double digits, take over in the fourth quarter. I don't have a problem with the game being close throughout the game. That's going to happen in the NBA. I mean, even when the Kings were great in the heyday, how many times in like a Tuesday night they're taking on like a bad Nuggets team in the early 2000s, and you're like, why is this game close? And then the guys turn it on in the fourth quarter and they close it out, get the job done. And I like what I saw last night. I thought they played the right way. I think looking at last night, that's kind of, when things are going right, that's what it should look like, right? They're pushing the ball. The pace looks great, but they also executing in the half court for really the first time this season. And the reason they were doing that is they were attacking. I mean, from Tyrese to Fox, you had the mid-range going. Davion coming off and attacking and just getting in the paint and making something happen. Guys were moving the ball. It was so nice not to just see just one, 3 guys standing around while 2 guys go to work or isolation ball. It was probably their most complete performance. I know it was against a team that was undermanned and all that stuff. It's still an NBA team. You got to go out there and execute. They did some nice things last night.
Yeah.
You brought up offensive rebounding. It feels like second chance points have been a killer so far this offseason.
Yeah, I think rebounding is going to be a huge issue for this team all year long. Like when you play these smaller lineups, it's going to be tough, and they have to do a better job because I think they're giving up close to the most second chance points in the NBA
the most,
right
yeah.
now. Okay,
or at least it was as of yesterday. It was
so it's right there, and those are backbreakers, especially when you are getting some stops. Like, and I think you saw even last night they had some nice moments defensively. Forcing a 24-second violation. They're better defensively. I mean, they're not like great by any means at this point, but part of playing good defense too is getting that rebound, and that has to get better. And that's on the guards too. Everyone, it's that game rebounding. You got to attack the glass and get that board.
Yeah. Terrence in the chat makes me chuckle because he says teams are shooting 100% from 3 on offensive rebound. Like that's what it seems like every time they get an offensive rebound, it's going in on the second chance shot. So they've got to clear that up. The guy who I gave the game ball to last night, Tyrese Haliburton. 20 points, 7 assists. Defensively, I felt in that second quarter he changed the way this Kings team was playing on the defensive end with not only his individual defense, but his team defense, helping, things of that nature, frustrating Valanciunas. I thought his handprints were all over that game last night. And I think that is something on the low. Like we hadn't talked about it. I know in the first couple of in the preseason and then in the first couple of regular season games, people were like, oh man, what's going on with Tyrese? I feel like in the last 3 or 4 games, he's starting to get into his groove, and it kind of culminated last night with the way he played yesterday.
Yeah, I think with him, he's got to play aggressive all the time. Offensively, go to the basket. He shot 8 free throws last night. He's never done that before in the NBA. Shot 8 free throws. And like for him to get to the line and it knocked down 7 of 8, that was really encouraging. You bring up the defense and on ball, it's not great all the time. He gets beat. But I thought last night his help on Valanciunas was crucial because if there's one guy that's just destroyed the Kings the last couple of years and who's putting up big numbers this year, it's him. And like, that's a weakness, right? Like dealing with a guy that size who can do a ton of things offensively. He can stretch the floor. He can come inside and dominate you too. It's a tough challenge. But they gave him some different looks. They frustrated him. And for him to go into the halftime with just 5 points and 3 of those 5 came from beyond the arc, he did a hell of a job on Valanciunas. Like that was the one guy I was like really concerned with. And even what they did on Devontae Graham, he's a guy that can get hot. They didn't allow him to get super hot. I think he had 14 points in the first half. Finished with what, 16, I think?
I didn't hear much from him after that.
They did a great job forcing him baseline, not letting him get comfortable in the second half. I was really impressed with what they did. And I'm with what you said when this conversation started. I think last year they probably have a letdown game against the Pelicans.
It's Deuce Mason of the Deuce and Mo podcast with us here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. Deuce, you were talking about Valanciunas there. We before you joined us, we're talking about Alex Len and how Alex Len is like the poster child for knowing your role. Like he has a role with this team and he's really good at it. Rashaun Holmes gets tossed. His role has to expand. And spoiler alert, he's really, really good at it.
Alex Len is what the Kings have been seeking. Like how many times last year were we talking about, man, can someone just play a little toughness, play with a little edge, be nasty out there? That guy's tough. I mean, he's battling Valanciunas and he picked up some fouls last night, but I don't want guys like Valanciunas scoring easily. Like if they're going to get buckets, make them earn it, play them hard, foul them hard. And he comes in and does that. And then what he does offensively, setting good screens. I know we always like to laugh about that. We're all obsessed about an Alex Len screen, but no, honestly, the Kings have been doing a much better job at setting screens. I think I think Rashaun Holmes is now in the top 5 with screen assists per game, which is great. He was number 1. What's that?
I never knew that existed.
Yeah, NBA.com stats. No, but like getting shooters open, that's a big deal. And getting your guards space to operate, that's huge. So I thought Alex Len was crucial last night. I mean, especially when Holmes gets ejected after picking up his 4th foul, throwing his headband. Like, all right, what are you going to do? He comes in and he's engaged. And same with Tristan Thompson. Like, I can't imagine it's easy to be a vet. He probably thinks he should be playing all the time. And even when he's not playing, he's vocally engaged. He is on his teammates. And then when you ask him to come in and give you some minutes, he comes in. He had a nice block last night when he came into that game.
Yeah. How'd you feel about Darren Fox last night? He had a better statistical game, but it's not like he went for 30. But I know personally just watching him, I just liked his whole demeanor, his whole aura, and the way that he kind of played with a little bit more of a bounce of his step that we didn't see in Utah. Utah, it seemed like the weight of the world was on his shoulder. He played a little freer last night. What did you see from him?
I'm with you, and I love seeing him go into that mid-range. That's a shot that he's pretty good at. Like, don't be shy from it. I don't need you to take 7, 8, 9 3-pointers. He took 3 last night, and they weren't forced. He was 2 of 3. He hit that big one late. I thought he did a good job. Just him getting in the paint creates so much offense for this team. And whether it's him taking a shot, a little mid-range shot, or getting his teammates involved, he had that sweet no-look dime to Alex Len in that game that was right after the 3. Yeah. Just those are the moments I love to see. I felt like he was more himself, and that's what I want to see. Just don't force it. Like, I wasn't hitting the panic button. Of course, the talking points with Fox, I get it. He's the best guy. He gets paid a lot of money. He gets off to a slow start the first 7 games, and all I hear, hey, you should trade him. Trade him for Simmons now. Wait, trade him for Ben Simmons, right? You want to trade him for the guy who mentally can't play right now? What are we talking about here? Like, are guys not allowed to struggle anymore? Is this what we're doing? Dame goes, 10 of 27 last night. Are they talking about Anthony Simons should be starting and trade Dame in Portland?
I like my boy Anthony Simons, though. I do like him.
No, I like him too. But my point is, like, stop the brakes a little bit. Fox, I think, is going to be fine. And he looked a lot better last night. I think last night what impressed me, he had 7 guys in double figures. I felt like it was just a balanced attack. And by the way, here we are like 15 minutes in. We even talked about Harrison Barnes again, who was just, again, efficient like usual. Got to the free throw line, hit some big threes late. Last night, I was impressed by a lot of things, and it was good to see Fox get it going.
I was going to wait till 5 minutes before you left to bring up Harrison Barnes, just so we stay true to brand. But 23 points on 8 field goal attempts. Like, he did everything just easily. Last night, whether it was a field goal attempt, a 3-point attempt, a free throw attempt, whether it was rebounding, whatever it was, like, he was just efficient. He's an all-star.
Ooh, an early all-star.
Harrison Barnes is an all-star.
Well, Deuce, you haven't heard. Kings might have 3 all-stars this year.
Well, okay. Who are your 3 Kings all-stars? Because I know Hollinger. I didn't read the piece, but he was kind of hyping.
Oh, it's a doozy. It's a doozy.
Oh, give it to me. I didn't read it yet.
Well, so essentially, basically, to sum it down a little bit, it's Rashaun Holmes is great.
Okay.
F everyone else. He craps on everyone on the Sacramento Kings. He dumps on Tristan Thompson. And here, I'll give you a couple of lines here, Deuce. Seemingly nobody outside Sacramento knows who Holmes is, but he's building a strong early season case that maybe he should make the All-Star team. Even with De'Aaron Fox's body possessed by the ghost of Corey Joseph, a roster that prominently features Mo Harkless and a rotating cast of bad backup bigs, the Kings are an extremely competent 3-4 after nearly leaving Utah with a win Tuesday night.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes Hollinger gets too caught up in advanced stats. He's on cleaning the glass, which I love cleaning the glass, or he's on one of these advanced sites, and all he's doing is watching. I
couldn't even read that damn site.
And I'm not trying to be like the eye test guy. Can you just watch the games? Can you watch the games instead of looking at the box score and going, "Oh, let me look at the advanced analytics of the lineups that were most effective out there." Tristan Thompson's not perfect. Tristan Thompson's also not playing 25 minutes a night. Alex Len's not playing 25 minutes a night. For what these guys are coming in to do, what their role is to come in and be a big body in there, as Morgan would say, have a little girth in there.
Oh, there it
go
is.
Up against some of these bigs in the NBA, where the Kings were not very good last year at defending some of these bigs in the NBA. Every big came in here and had big nights. So to have some extra bodies to throw out there, that's not a bad thing. It kills me, like, some of these national guys. when they have these big opinions about teams. I'm like, you don't watch. It's fine. Just say you don't have to have an opinion on something you don't watch. Watch the games and then have an opinion. Don't just go and, let me look at the box score at the end of the night. Wow, they played Tristan Thompson. That's terrible because he was bad last year in Boston when I was paying attention to the Celtics. Get out of here, clown. Watch the games.
John's a big fan of Jameis Ramsey, by the way. Jameis Ramsey. Thought he played really well in the summer league.
Okay, I mean...
I just want to remind everybody, he did not. Kenny and I didn't know what to do when he said that. It was like, oh, thanks for joining us, John. We'll see you next time. But he really likes Rashaun Holmes, man. He has been consistent in that.
He called Darren Fox the ghost of Corey Joseph.
Yeah. He said he said that Darren Fox's body was possessed by the ghost of Corey Joseph. He also referred to Davion Mitchell as De'Aaron Fox's backup.
Okay. Man.
Yeah. John Hollinger of The Athletic.
I just don't get some of these, and it's not all of them, right? There are writers around the league that I think do a really good job. Like Zach Lowe watches games. I can tell you watches games, and
Zach Harper does. Yeah, too. Yeah.
Watch the game. That's cool, but it just kills me because fans have access to more information and stats than ever. Every game's available somewhere, whether you have League Pass or you go to some illegal stream, you can watch every game. You can't fool these people into thinking you know what you're talking about when you clearly don't. Like, anyway.
And that's what I was saying over the summer. Like, even with the fans being able to watch all these games and get access to this number, John Hollinger, you have the same access. Like NBA League Pass does a great job of condensing the game. You don't have to watch.
You can watch a game in 38 minutes.
Yes, like and this is your job. Like, just watch the game. But
it's easy to dump on like Sacramento things, right? Like,
of course,
an easy target at this point because they haven't won in a long time. So
who frustrates you more right now, John Hollinger or Tony Brothers?
And Tony Brothers was on one last night. He was on one.
He was wild.
He was not taking anything from anybody.
I have now become extremely frustrated with referees and NBA refereeing because it's not even like against the Kings or anything like that. I think there's just a general incompetence. And I know it's not an easy job. The game's moving fast. It's physical or whatever. But there's just some bare minimum things that I think they just get wrong on a nightly basis. And I'm like, what are you looking at? I don't get it. The inconsistencies, the incompetence. I get frustrated every night.
It's tough because, the last few years, it seems like they blow the whistle on all those ridiculous Harden plays and Trae Young and all the stuff that they are trying to police now. But now it's like an overcorrection. I feel like now they're letting all this content. It's like, wait, so guys can just get smashed around the basket and not blowing the whistle now? And it's fine. It's tough as a fan to figure out, okay, what's a foul and what's not. Like I don't know. Like, have you changed what is a foul in this league? Like, what are we doing here? At the same time, I think the games have been better this year. There have definitely been frustrating calls. I think the officials get a lot of crap, and I can't imagine being an official. I think it's one of the hardest jobs out there. The game is faster than ever. You have to make quick judgment calls, like fast. I know they get paid to do it, but it's not an easy job at all.
TV's Deuce Mason do some more podcast with us here.
I mean, it's easy to dump on the officials.
How
many times have you been like, oh my God, that's a terrible call? And then they show the replay and you're like, all right, that actually wasn't that bad.
A couple of times, but there's things at this point, and it's not an easy job. I refereeing third graders is not easy, right? Like, it's not easy to referee in general. But when they get fooled, when guys like the other night with Davion Mitchell just falls limp to the ground, or somebody's driving to the hole and there's not really a lot of contact, but Devin Booker goes flying 7 feet to the right.
But you know what, though? That play the other night, I'm glad you brought that play up, though, the other night. You're talking about the Davion on Donovan play when Donovan flopped. It would be nice to have a challenge there. You used it in the first quarter of that game on a play that really had no consequence. Fox with an illegal screen that was an illegal screen, and it would have been his second foul, but it was early in the game. Like,
Yeah.
I
You're 100% correct.
save your challenges for late game situations. Or in a situation where you're like, okay, that's clearly not a foul, and my guy just picked up his fourth. It's the second quarter. We got to keep him in the game. I get that. But you got to be certain. And that's not just on Walton. That's on his staff too. Like, it's tougher on the road games. They're not going to show it on the big screen. You're just not going to get that benefit. But whoever's on your bench, you better be certain. And I also understand that Fox maybe convinced him to do it. I would just have a philosophy as a coach. I am saving my challenges for the second half. I'm not worried about something that's going to happen in the first quarter, because in that situation, I'm challenging that call, and that's a flop.
Right. But and you're 100% right, Deuce. 100%. But back to the referees. That shit. How can you get fooled by that every night? Every night. Donovan just comes down, goes limp with his right leg and falls. You're like, that's a foul. And every time you go back to the replay, it's like, oh, nothing happened. He just fell. And they fall for it every time.
Yeah.
Every time. What is it? Banana in the tailpipe? Every time.
You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe? Yeah, that's what it is.
Every time.
The players are good, man. They're good at adjusting and acting and doing that, like, whip back with the neck. They've got it down, man.
You got
to make noise when you do it.
Rashaun thrown out yesterday because Valanciunas did that. Like, there was some kind of they had a collision and Valanciunas does that, gets the foul call. Rashaun just loses it. He's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Is Terence Davis ever going to play again?
Oof.
Yeah, I think he will. It's, the coaching staff said he had a great training camp, and then, he starts the season, can't make a shot, but then he started to press a little bit, and I felt like then he was taking bad shots. He was forcing it. But I think I'm
sorry, I said Terence Davis. Not Buddy Hield. I said Terence Davis.
Hey, give them credit last night. Buddy came out in the fourth quarter, took 3 awful 3-pointers. And you're like, what are you doing here? Walton took him out and didn't put him back in. Yeah. Like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Those were terrible. They weren't even the worst shots of the night for him.
No, he took some bad ones, but he did attack. You know what? He's attacking a little more this year, which
he's played really well this season. We make sure. I feel like every time we dig Buddy Hield, we have to collectively acknowledge he has played really well this season, and I believe he is directly responsible for 2 of the Kings' 4 victories. So,
100.
With that said, back to Terence Davis. Sorry,
Terence. It's a long year. He's going to get an opportunity again, and I like him. I still think he could be a guy that can help you big time off the bench. I know Kenny's high on him too. He can get you buckets, but he had this. Well, I think we talked about this before the season with him. He had a stretch last year where I felt like he missed like 27 threes in a row, and then he ends the season making everything. In the preseason, it seemed like everything was going right for him. Start of the regular season, nothing's going right. So it's a long year. He's got to get ready, and hopefully when he gets back in there, it's in the flow of the offense, because having another guy that can get you buckets is nice. It's the same. I mean, I really do like the Kings bench at this point. If Davis can get it going, Mitchell can come in. Mitchell just looks like a vet. I know he had 12 points. I felt like he had 20, but
I was surprised he's only had 12 too. I felt like he had like 18, 20 points, like you said.
He had a major impact on the game. He doesn't. He's really good. I mean, he is a winning player. And then Buddy, he can get you 20 off the bench. They've got some firepower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are you surprised that Luke essentially went back to this 8-man rotation? Like, if Rashaun Holmes doesn't get thrown out, I don't think Tristan Thompson plays. So it would have been 8 guys. And to Damien's point and his question, like, I agree with you. Terence Davis is going to get a shot, but does it seem like Luke is settling into, I'm only going to go 8, maybe 9 deep every night?
Tough, though. I mean, I look at someone like Harrison Barnes, and I feel like we had the conversation last year when he was playing well. The big concern was, but look how many minutes he's playing. And he played, 38 minutes last night on the second night of a back-to-back?
Yeah.
Obviously his numbers will dip a little bit. His efficiency is
no, they're not.
The roof, but
no, they're not. He's gonna play like this forever.
Forever. But I would like to, knock those minutes down a little bit. It's a long season, and that's concerning.
But
so
what
I would
can
go
you do there, though? If
I
Play
would
some other guys.
I would go some Lewis King minutes. I really would. You got to find a way to make it happen, but I'd go some Lewis King.
Freeport Metu run.
Metu, if you need to go Bagley for 10 minutes every once in a while, every couple of games. What's that?
Like, get out of hand, Deuce.
What, you're done with that? You don't want to see Bagley at all?
I would. I don't know if they want to see Bagley.
Yeah.
What do you think it is? Because I know we've talked extensively about this, and we had conversations as to if he was ever going to play. And he played in that second game when Mo Harkless. There might be a name where that you watch. Like if Mo Harkless misses, it doesn't even have to be an extended period of time. If Mo Harkless misses a game or 2 games, right now that's the only barometer we have for Marvin Bagley playing. Why do you think they're staying away from playing Marvin Bagley, especially as they're getting out rebounded on a regular basis?
I think it's probably defense. They
Okay.
want to be a better defensive team, and he's not a good
Not.
defensive player,
Yeah.
not at all. And I think he had a shot in the preseason. Then you saw the same mistakes he's been making year 1, year 2, year 3, and I know the injuries have set him back. Not getting that playing time, not getting NBA minutes all the time, but the defensive mistakes are just like, those are IQ things. Those are like study habits. That's not understanding concepts or the players that you're going up against. And there are too many mental mistakes on that end. But I'm not opposed to getting him some runs sometimes, especially, and this is a long year. And I don't want to see a situation where, man, you're seeing Fox, all these guys, Barnes, they're all playing heavy minutes. And then we get to January and, they're in a major funk because they've been playing so many minutes and Bagley hasn't played in 2 months or, Metu or whoever.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get some run. I just don't know if it's going to happen outside of injury or anything like that. But I'd like to see him get a chance out there because I know the defense is bad, but I think we can all agree there are good things that he can do out there on the court and provide for this team. So it's a curious case. I had a couple people text me yesterday like, is he just out? And it feels like he is right now. So
yeah, I think he is now.
Speaking of Metu, you're going to be seeing a lot of him coming up pretty soon, aren't you?
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to send him down.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true too.
Because he's not on a 2-way, right? It's Keita and King. I imagine.
Oh, that's right. Metu
Yeah.
isn't a 2-way. Oh, you're not going
No.
to see him at all. You're going to see Louis the King.
I mean, maybe they assign him. They could assign him.
Nah, don't do that.
Get him some
Freeport's a
run.
pro.
But you'll see Keita, who I saw at Media Day, looks like he's in great shape. I'm excited to see him play. Ramsey should be down there. They better be playing Ramsey down there a lot. Woodard needs to get some run. Those guys just need minutes. Last year killed rookies in the NBA. Like in the bubble experience, I talked to a couple guys who were in the G League bubble, and they're like, yeah, it was 13 games, and it was not a great experience. It was tough. And for young players, what did they get out of that? They didn't get much out of it. Yeah, they got to play a little bit, but it was in a short amount of time. They played 13 games. They normally play 50 games in the G League.
Am I looking at the right schedule? The first game is tomorrow?
Yeah, November 5th, first game, and then the first home game's the 14th.
And those are your duties.
Yes. Yeah, we do the home games.
Are we what is that? Is that what is it? CW? Where are we at?
I'm glad you're asking these questions. I don't know. There's been some talk about a local TV situation, but I think there's going to be some streaming options too. I'm still waiting on all the details to find out.
I see some NBA G League. I see some ESPN Plus.
Put them on YouTube. Come on. I want to go in the chat. Can you imagine the chatty house for a G League game? Let's
Chatty house
go.
for a G League game. I'd be
Put
in
them on Twitch.
I'd be in the chatty house for a G League game.
That'd be legit. Like, I wouldn't hate that at all.
Yeah.
I could bootleg the stream and we could put it here. I'm sure there are consequences for that. But
Honestly, they probably would like it. They'd get a little more attention.
Yeah. No, that would be dope.
I'm sure it's frowned upon.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Deuce, that we had talked about. Well, there's actually 2 things before you leave, but one thing, Kings related. We talked about like the attendance last night and what it was looking like in the Golden One Center, and we all have our thoughts and reasonings why it's not filled. They're not hanging from the rafters, as we like to say. What do you think about that and what's going on, or not just in the Golden One, but it seems like around all sports?
Well, I think with the Kings specifically, you haven't won in 15 years. still have these restrictions in place. The other thing, and I think it's a California thing, that all kids 2 years and older have to get tested before a game. And they're not vaccinated, right? I don't think the vaccine's out for 2-year-olds yet. So they have to get tested. Well, it costs money to get tested, and you have to get tested. So there's like so many hurdles for people, I think, at this point because of the pandemic that like it's hard to get in. And then also, like, I don't know if people have that extra money to be like, hey, I'm going to go spend some money to go to a game. I think there's so many factors. And I think if this team starts really proving that they can be a winning team, more people will come out and hopefully restrictions loosen up and you can get more people in the building. But yeah, I think part of it is that. I mean, it's a lot of people like to go take their kids to a game. And that's a big hurdle to overcome. It's like, I go get tested before a game. Yeah. I think that turns some people off.
Yeah, for sure.
It's tough. We're just because we can go, like it doesn't mean it's easy. It's still not what it used to. You know, I don't know that life in 2019 is ever coming back. Like, I don't know that you're going to have to get tested before every game, but I feel like things will be different. I think with media, like things are going to be different. Like, you know, this is a little inside, but there are like tiers on media credentials. I don't think those are going away. I think teams might start looking at it like, yeah, you don't need to be in the locker room, or you don't need to be here. You don't need to be here. I think there's going to continue to be tiers to continue to try to limit things. I just, what we knew in, December of 2019, I just don't think that's ever coming back.
Yeah, and it'll be disappointing in some ways because I think having, locker room access is pretty important, and it's not just to shove a mic in someone's face. I know that's what the people see on TV, these media scrums, but, I'd go into the locker room before the game when the locker room's open. You just catch up with the guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just talk to guys. And a lot of times,
for you, that's really important. For what you do, that's really, really important.
Yeah, I think it's important for anyone covering the team just to get to know these guys a little bit. And, they get comfortable with you. You can ask them things and, develop that relationship when that's like out the window. I mean, I think about it for G-Man, who's been calling games for 37 years. And, he's used to traveling on the road and getting to know the assistant coaches and the coaching staff and the players, being on the plane. Like, that's not there right now. So you just feel so separated. And it's important too, from a storyline perspective, to just get to know these guys. And maybe you get intel on just something this player has been working on. And you only get that because you've developed a relationship with that player or someone on the coaching staff. And it's just not there. I mean, you developed with Jaeger staff just being on the floor. You got to know a lot of the assistant coaches and it's really important. And so I hope that at some point the locker rooms become open again once it's safe and that reporters can get back in there.
Yeah, for sure. It's all Kings all the time here, but Deuce, you, like myself, huge Giants fan, losing one of the great ones today, man. And I couldn't let you get out of here without saying a couple things about Gerald Buster Posey, number 28.
Yeah, it bummed me out. And it's not like a shock completely, but he took that last year off, came back. He was awesome this year.
He was. I thought he was cooked before he took the year off too. I was like,
I think a lot of people thought he was good. People thought Crawford was cooked.
Yeah.
And for him to come back, do what he did, what a journey for him. And he's like the classiest, most professional player out there. What he means to the pitching staff, just the Giants organization, it sucks in a lot of ways that he's done. And it just feels like it went by so fast. I mean, just the excitement of him coming up, late 2009. And then, of course, the 2010 season for him where he was amazing. Yeah, it bummed me out a lot because he is just the ultimate pro and he's going to be a Hall of Famer. That win an MVP, Rookie of the Year, 3 World Series championships. I love that guy. I think he goes down as one of the best Giants of all time. No doubt about it.
Without it. I think he skyrockets up off the top of my head. It's like Mays, who I didn't see, but that's Mays, McCovey, Bonds, and Posey.
Yeah. And I think at one point it looked like Lincecum was tracking that way, but he tailed off. I mean, and all these guys we talk about, Lincecum, Kane, they're all big time Mad Bum.
Yeah.
They're all iconic, but Posey is the mainstay. He was there the whole time.
He's the one that stayed through it all.
Yeah. And his career, his journey from the highs to the low of missing that year after the play at the plate to coming back, and then also having moments where it's like, oh wow, he's no power whatsoever.
Right.
He's toast. And to see how he came back this year, and I'm glad I was at that game 1.
And that was pretty cool.
Between the Dodgers and Giants, seeing him hit that big home run.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We got some other things to talk about. Celtics had a players-only meeting already. This early in the season, we got a players-only meeting.
We got to talk about some things.
We'll dive into that a little bit more on Buster Posey. Drake's latest wants, not Kenny's bars, that's for sure.
I'm ready, you know.
And the NBA has announced they're launching an investigation into Robert Sarver.
Oh, boy.
That was a hell of an article that dropped this morning. We'll open up that box and discuss that as well. We'll dive back into the Kings. Thanks to our man, Deuce Mason, the Deuce and Mo podcast. Check out the splendid 8K edition of Deuce and Mo over on their YouTube channel. Of course, you can get the Deuce and Mo podcast wherever you get podcasts from, and you see Deuce making regular appearances with Morgan on Kings television as well. Deuce, we appreciate you. We're back with more of Dealing with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Also,
clear.
Can we acknowledge the Sarver story is like one of the least shocking stories? Wait, rich white owner out of touch.
Right.
Yeah, and it was so bad. Like it was like it kept getting worse. It was like, are they making this up? Like, is this really what this dude said? Because this just keeps getting more. The thing about the strippers impregnating players to keep players, I was like, bruh,
yeah, the Earl Watson stuff, even with like Rich Paul and Clutch and
this dude Sarver said that strippers thing. Like, I got a great idea.
He's a clown.
Like this is the move. What?
And, I mean, think about from Chris Paul's perspective, right? He was in LA when the Sterling stuff was going down, and now you got this with the Sarver stuff.
Chris Paul's like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, you get him out, like, especially if all this stuff is true, like he's gotta go.
That's
in
the
NFL.
thing.
You get to stick around. They do an investigation, and then they like find emails from someone else and.
An investigation.
That guy takes the call. The
so
fall.
it's interesting. Houston's in Phoenix tonight. I'll be. Are we going to do the jersey, the warm up thing? Do you wear change the jersey so it says Suns and not Phoenix? Like, do you see something tonight from that group there? Because this was there were. It's a long article. There's a lot in there.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot in there.
And this has been rumored for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we heard that this was going to drop a few weeks ago when Jordan Schultz tweeted about it, and now it's finally out. So you would think that some of these details have already been talked about amongst players, maybe. But then, if you read the whole thing, it's disturbing. And I don't know, if I was a player, I wouldn't want to play for that clown.
Well, given the fact that it was Jordan Schultz that had like the scoop on it, and that his podcast partner is CJ McCollum. And I got to imagine that if no one else, Chris Paul was aware of what came out today before it came out. So
that's a crazy story. And then like, I don't see him making it out of this, but how long is it going to drag out? One of the things with the Sterling thing is, at least I could be wrong, but
that gun was still smoking.
Yeah, Shelley just kind of waved the white flag and like got it over with. Or like if Donald really wanted to go, that could have been a long process.
But there was the difference with that one is there was a smoking gun with that one. They had it on tape.
Yeah.
Right. And it was like there's no investigation to be had. We have it.
Right.
We'll figure out all of the particulars as we go, but you gone. They don't have that smoking gun with Robert Sarver, and they have like strong denials from his.
Yeah, that's what makes it tough. But there's also like 70 people that ESPN talked to.
Yeah.
That's not just like Earl Watson talking.
Right.
Earl Watson, to his credit, went on record.
Yeah,
said no, I'm calling this guy out.
Yeah.
Even the Corliss portion was interesting in there.
Yeah, man. That was, and Corliss is a really chill dude, as you are very well aware of. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Get some rest, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, Deuce.
Some rest. We appreciate you.
I get up there tomorrow, man. I'll see you.
All right.
bro.
Sounds good, man.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
Yep.
Oh, man. Hope y'all enjoying the show. Appreciate y'all being with us.
Always a good time with the chatty house. Don't mind me, just trying to make sure I get paid in here. Oh, no.
Well, Corliss was with he was with Igor Kokoskov. He was on that staff. Absolutely. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, go do that. You can catch D'Lo and Casey live. You can catch D'Lo and Casey on demand. You can catch Deuce and Mo. We just talked to Deuce there a moment ago. You can also discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now. We're working on a Drake Bars station as we speak. It is for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
Yeah.
We appreciate you for being here with us. You were talking about Buster Posey there a moment ago. His retirement today. I asked you, how much does that affect your beloved Giants next year? Because I asked you whether, like, is this one and done with the Giants? Like, the odds came out after the Braves won the World Series, and like, I think the Padres now with Bob Melvin, they got better odds to win the World Series than the Giants do. Of course, the Dodgers do. The Dodgers are always going to be at the top of that list every year, whether they win the World Series or not.
Right.
Are the Giants? Are you confident? And I know we're not talking 107 wins, 106 wins. That's not what I'm talking about. But are you confident we're back here next year talking about playoffs, wild card, NLDS, that type of thing?
Yeah, I am. I think that Farhan, for me at least, has shown and proven enough that he knows what he's doing as far as finding talent, acquiring talent, making a lot of the right moves. So I think this team is going to be right in there for winning the NL West again next year. And Posey will be missed in that locker room with that pitching staff, but I think it's something that they'll be able to kind of work through. Brandon Crawford will still be around there. There's going to be new voices that take a hold. Gabe Kapler has shown himself to be a great leader of men. So they have guys that will help fill that void. But just as a fan, it's going to be tough not seeing 28 there, man, and knowing that he's done. We talked about it a little bit with Deuce, but I mean, this guy was – he's bookended the greatest run I've ever seen for the San Francisco Giants in winning wise. 2010 was Buster Posey. We loved Timmy. We loved Matt Cain, but it all changed when Buster came around and getting 3 championships, having these iconic moments, and getting to a point in 2021 where he was part of one of the great Giants seasons of all time when we all thought he was done.
Yeah.
I'll never forget day. He's batting 7th in the lineup, goes deep in his first at bat. And I was like, what? I was stunned that Buster Posey hit a home run to start the season. And that just foreshadowed what we were going to see from him all year long. What a great career. What a great career. And 28 is one of my favorites of all time.
Getting old, bro. I remember Buster Posey coming in the league, like, for real, Buster's retiring. And like, we looked it up yesterday. He's 34 years old. I was like, I wonder, for a catcher, is 34 a little bit different than like a shortstop?
It has to be.
Because, man, that is the position in sports where I just look at, I mean, football is a different animal, but, that's a position in sports where I just look at like, whew, that's going to leave a mark.
Yeah. That's different. That's different. And for him to be able to get out and still his body be intact. I know he had a couple surgeries and things of that nature, but he could still play if he wanted to, and he's leaving out on a high note.
Yeah.
And he can enjoy the rest of his life. That's good to see, man. So yeah, man, gonna miss 28. Last night I was YouTubing like some of his best highlights of his career. This guy was a monster behind the plate. As a catcher, he was a monster, and he's responsible for some of the biggest hits that I've seen as a Giants fan in my lifetime. The grand slam against Matt Latos in Game 5 of the NLDS in 2012. I lost my mind when he hit that home run. Absolutely lost my mind. One of the great moments of all time. Deuce talked about it. His 2-run home run in Game 1 of the NLDS this year was a great moment. So. Buster Posey, 28. He's about to have this press conference sometime this afternoon. I don't know. But, it'll be good to see him move on and move on with the rest of his life. We'll miss him now.
A couple other notes before we get back to your Sacramento Kings. The Boston Celtics had a players-only meeting before their game against the Magic in Orlando. Game 7 of the season warranted a players-only meeting after Marcus Smart said Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum need to pass the ball more. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, the 3 players discussed both the collapse and Smart's comments, with sources also saying it was emotional at times.
Okay.
I'm calling cap. unless by emotional you mean Marcus was yelling at somebody, or maybe Jaylen Brown or Jason, maybe they were yelling at each other, but like framing it as emotional, like, oh, I love you, man, or tears. What does the word emotional mean? Does it mean spirited? Does it mean angry?
Emotional.
Like I feel like Kenny when I said the word fine the other day. What do you mean by fine? Like, what do you mean by emotional? Because I'm gonna call cap on an emotional meeting here.
Emotional in the sense you're calling cap on emotional in the sense of like, oh man, love you guys, man. We gotta find out what we gotta do because I love y'all, man.
I might have used the term. Maybe it was spirited.
There you go.
It was just,
I agree with you.
Or when certain quarterbacks get upset with their quarterback coaches, they call them fiery.
Oh yeah.
No attitude problems over there. They're just fiery.
I would have so bad.
I would have maybe referred to this as a fiery meeting between Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, and whoever else was involved in this meeting, which I assume it was the rest of the team. I assume everybody was involved.
Marcus Smart gonna make it out of this season as a Celtic?
Yeah.
Nothing during the season.
No.
Oh no.
I think he makes it.
Jess, you there?
He makes it.
You think he makes it through the season?
I don't think Marcus is getting traded this year. Next year, the offseason, dude, Brad signed him for a long-term extension for a reason. I think Brad really likes him. They're going to give this a shot. They're going to give this a shot. They're going to give this team a shot. That Celtics team is talented. If they fail, you've got to look at the roster a little bit and figure out, because the issue with the Boston Celtics isn't talent. There is not a talent issue with that roster. So if they're not successful this year, there are, maybe they just don't work well together.
And I think,
go ahead, Jesse. I heard you pop in.
Yeah,
which is crazy because they have a closer.
They got 2.
I was going to say they got 2. They got 2 guys averaging over 25 points per game right now.
Wow.
Maybe that's not working for the other 3 starters. Maybe we know it ain't working for Marcus Smart.
I'm not sure that team works as they're constituted. And this sounds crazy because I love them both as ball players. Like I think they both can go. I'm not sure Tatum and Brown work to win at a certain, to not just be like a 6-7 seed and get into the playoffs. Like it doesn't work the way you would think it should.
They were a 3 seed 2 years ago.
Those are different teams. You had Kemba there. You had Kyrie there for half of one season.
But Kyrie wasn't responsible for them getting to the Eastern Conference Championship. Kyrie was done.
Scary Terry was around.
Oh, sure. But the crux of what you just said, though, is Tatum and Brown. And Tatum and Brown are the reason that they got there.
And Brown and Jesse, you'll know, Tatum has always been Tatum. Brown wasn't what he is right now. He wasn't what he was last year. He went crazy, and that's when he turned into that. And I think that's Brown isn't you can make the argument he's not no complimentary guy. He's guy.
He wants to be Dame.
Yeah,
not CJ. He wants to be Dame.
Exactly. And
Tatum sure as hell is Dame.
Yeah. So not that they have beef, but something feels off with that pairing.
Something feels off with the Phoenix Suns as well.
Boy.
Yep.
Boy. Do you think that this affects the team?
The Suns or the Celtics?
The Suns.
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about it next, though, here on Sacramento's. We wrap up with Deuce. We got to keep it quick. Got to come back. We've still got an hour and 15 minutes ahead. You can watch on Twitch. You can watch on YouTube. You can listen to the Odyssey app. You can listen on 1320 AM. We've got you covered, man. And then we're going to dive back into your Sacramento Kings, who are never going to lose another game again. That's just the way that it is.
That's what it is, baby. Winning streak all day.
You know what it is?
Every day.
Oh, good. Sacramento. Yeah. Okay, good. Well, with the good comes the bad. It's Tito and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
It's all part of my master plan to get one of those to the Knicks or to the Kings.
You need to go?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Okay, Drake Flow. Ain't nobody gonna buy that damn shirt. Y'all could go to, what are we giving away? Oh, we've got a nice little giveaway next week. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. God, they play him again quick. You see who the game is against? Oh, we got a nice little giveaway next week, man. That's good stuff. Use promo code Fox19. We got that Drake Flow shirt. Nobody's gonna buy that shirt. I'm gonna put the price down on that shirt as low as it possibly can go, without me losing a ton of money. Nobody's gonna buy that shirt, but I love it. It's such a great design. Dave Garcia killed that. It's creative. I like it. We're different. Okay, Drake Flow. We have the OK Lake Show shirt would look exactly like that. And that's what Kenny and I like. Kenny wanted to put like the big X through it. I was like, I just don't think anyone's going to buy this. We need to stick to the logos and the different Kings logos and the chatty houses. And I'm going to put the old school. It's for real, Ramsey. I'm going to put the old school, More Than a Podcast shirt up this weekend, which is one of my favorites because, a bumper sticker. Okay, I don't think anyone will buy that. Maybe, I wonder if I can make it a bumper sticker and we just give it away. But we've sold some. I don't know that they're bumper stickers, but they're stickers. We've talked about it, D. We've talked about it for real. If The Rock is wrestling at here's the thing though about WrestleMania that bothers me now. I don't want to go for 2 days. I do not want to go to WrestleMania for 2 nights, man. Absolutely not. It's a good question. I don't know. I have no idea. I would think you have to buy. I would think like it's both. That would be my guess. Yeah, right. Drake or John, somebody asked about shipping for DeloandKC.com. It varies. Just know we ain't Amazon. It takes a while. Not like super long. Some stuff usually gets there. It usually gets there within a week. Some stuff it takes a little bit longer. Every once in a while, like there's a delay. But normally it's about a week, sometimes a little bit longer. Dude, that's true. I'm with you on that. 2 nights is better than 8 hours. I'm with you on that. Okay, John, we're the version of Amazon that doesn't do 2 days. That's DeloandKC.com. UPS delivery.
I pop in and people are talking about DeAndre Ayton. Rashaun Holmes better than DeAndre Ayton right now, statistically speaking.
Who's talking about DeAndre Ayton?
In the chat, they talking about somebody had mentioned go get DeAndre Ayton. He's balling.
Did not mean to yawn. Sorry about that.
He is balling.
Appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going to dive back into your Sacramento Kings who get the win last night, 112 to 99. Kings get back to 500 on the season, 4-4. Big performances from Tyrese Haliburton, Darren Fox. Big performance from Rashaun Holmes in the 16 minutes that he played.
Dang, he only played 16 minutes.
16 minutes. Still had 12
trouble and
points.
ejections.
Yeah, man. Well, it's just
crazy.
one ejection, not plural. But I got you. No, I feel you.
You're right.
You know what? That would be impressive, and I'd argue that's a stat that wouldn't be broken. Though DeMarcus probably could have broken it, as he's the first player that I can recall of being ejected, then being brought back in.
It's one of the great moments I've ever seen. I was so hyped when he came back too.
That's a top Sacramento Kings moment for sure, which is sort of sad. But it definitely is a top Sacramento Kings moment when he comes back. And that was the day he dropped 50, like he dropped 55 that day, right?
Yeah.
That was the day he had the massive game.
Destroyed Miles Leonard. I think it was. Or maybe
only you would. A Plumlee. I love that. Maybe it was a Plumlee. I don't know.
Leonard.
I don't know which one it was, but it was a Plumlee.
Yeah, I meant to ask this to Deuce, but I forgot. Now I remember. I'll ask you. Did you see yesterday Klay Thompson was doing his workout before the game in full uniform?
Yeah. I saw that. He's ready to go. He's probably trying to sneak in the game if Steve wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have not checked out the Kings Beat podcast, starring our good friends James Ham and Sean Cunningham, James had a conversation with Sacramento Kings head coach Luke Walton. That is available for you right now. That jumped in my mind. It's available wherever you get podcasts from. Make sure you leave James a 5-star review as well. Hit the subscribe button just as you would D'Lo and KC, just as you would youtube.com/ESPN1320. Mentioning Steve Kerr brought to mind that the two had a conversation about Doug Christie and Doug Christie getting on the staff. And Luke said it reminded him, when he was thinking about adding Doug, it reminded him when Steve Kerr added him as the third assistant to the Golden State Warriors. Like he was a guy who wanted to coach and didn't have experience yet. And Steve Kerr gave him a chance. He knew Doug wanted to coach. He said he talked to Vlade and Peja and Bobby and some of the guys closest with Doug. And it's like, I want to give Doug the same opportunity Steve Kerr gave me. And that's exciting. Like that line really, really stuck out to me. And it's an enjoyable conversation between our man, James Ham, and Luke Walton. So you got to.
I like Luke. Like, I know we talk about it all the time and, I'm saving him. I'm out here saving them.
I know. I'm just not quick enough on this damn. That's what it is. I like Luke too. I mean, I'm rooting for Luke. That's what I've said. I'm rooting for Luke. Luke succeeds. That means the Kings succeed. That's what I'm rooting for. I don't know Luke very well. Like I don't know him.
I don't know him very well. I've had interactions with him. He's been pleasant enough. Really, he's been fine. But everything that the things that I hear about people, talking about him, and his contemporaries, people seem to like him.
He does seem to be. Yeah, he does seem to be well liked. So that concludes this portion of the show. If you're just jumping in over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, make sure you vote in our Kings Performer of the Night poll. It's a runaway. It's not really close, but we'll give you the results of that. Coming up here in just a few minutes, as one of those in the box stories has reared its ugly head. Unfortunately, we can't put this one in a box because this is a story.
Game changer.
Could be. It's weird because if this was the NFL, we'd all look at this and be like, okay, whatever. No one is surprised. Hell, this happened in the NFL. They don't want us to know that, but they didn't fine Daniel Snyder $10 million for no reason.
Is that what it was? They fined him $10 million?
$10 million. Wow. And they forced him to relinquish control. I think he willingly relinquished control to his wife. Of course, no one believes that. We all know that that's a sham. But this is the NBA. And when it comes to racist and misogynistic owners in the NBA, especially with Commissioner Adam Silver, a precedent has been set. It's a 1-of-1, but it's a precedent. And I think everybody who took probably 35 to 45 minutes to read this entire freaking article walked away going, oh boy, is Adam Silver really going to have to throw out the second owner in his tenure as the commissioner?
Definitely should. Let's start there. Will he be able to?
There it is.
Is the question.
Yeah, this is different.
We talked about a little bit with Deuce, but and you seem to have a better recollection of it than I do. But with Sterling, like you said, there was a smoking gun, and I feel like Sterling, Shelley Sterling, whatever the case may be, they waved the white flag at some point, but they were prepared for Sterling to like lawyer up and drag this thing out as long as he possibly could. And for whatever reason, whether it was Shelley sticking it to him or whatever the case may be, they said, we're done. We're out here. You got somebody ready to buy? Oh, a couple billion? Cool. We'll take it. We're out of the way. If Sarver doesn't do that, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to play out.
Well, I think there was a little like I don't think like Donald Sterling just walked away. Like he fought, like not long drawn out fought, but I think Adam went to him and was like, dude, you don't have a fight. You are approved by owners and you are approved by the board of governors in the NBA. And just as quickly you could be ousted. And as long as we have cause, which we have, as long as we have proof, which we have, this is going to be a pretty easy process. If you want to spend your billions and drag this out, we most definitely can. Or, as you noted, you could make a couple $1 billion off of this and keep it moving. It's what Jerry Richardson did. Jerry Richardson made a couple $1 billion off of selling the Carolina Panthers. I don't know. Like, I don't know how this is going to end because it's a hell of an article. The NBA announced they're launching an investigation into this. There's a really interesting nugget, and it's not a nugget. There's just an interesting note here. And I recall it being very early in the article, and I'm trying to scan for it. But again, this is a massive freaking article. There's quotes, I think, from Michelle Roberts, who's head of the Players Association, and then there, a quote from the NBA that there's never been an issue. There's never been a complaint filed against Robert Sarver, which I think is interesting. And then they, announced, as we were talking to Deuce there a few minutes ago, that they'll be launching an investigation to this. And I know a lot of people are thinking Donald Sterling. I don't think it's that easy, man. I don't think it's that easy. Like unless someone's got that iPhone, unless someone's got that audio clip, unless someone's got that picture, unless someone's got proof, it's not going to be. I recognize how stupid this sounds. It's not going to be as easy as 70 people's word against his.
Right.
It's just because of the complexities of the whole thing. It's just not going to be that easy.
And to I know Adam Silver said, you know, he was whatever the initial terminology was, but that didn't have like the deal didn't go down for another year or so, right? Like with
Sterling.
So Sterling, this thing comes out during the Warriors series, and I think Sterling said he's banning him or something like that at that point. Like he was banning him from
Adam said
Adam Silver said he was banning Sterling from the NBA. But it wasn't like the team was out of the Sterling estate control at that time, was it?
It was not.
Yeah.
When he was banned, he wasn't allowed at anywhere near the team. Right. And I think his wife was, if I remember correctly, his wife was like courtside at the series.
Yeah, exactly.
She was in the seats. Like, because it wasn't an ownership ban, it was a Donald Sterling ban. Like it was just him. So no, like there was some awkwardness and some weirdness to it. And I'm trying to look at the timeline. Well, it's relatively quick. April 29th, Adam Silver announced that Sterling had been banned from the league for life and fined $2.5 million, which is the maximum fine allowed by the NBA Constitution. It was on May 23rd that Shelley said her husband had authorized her to negotiate the sale of the team. And it was 6 days later, May 29th, that Ballmer was like, let's go. Yeah. And I had always heard the story, and I think Steve Ballmer tells the story, of course, because it's a massive flex, that he sits down and he goes, okay, what do you want? $2 billion? Here's $2 billion. Like, I don't want to negotiate this. I don't want to haggle over this. What do you want? You want $2 billion? Here's the $2 billion.
Ballmer really does make those moves, man. Same thing he did with this arena that he built. He's like, look, I'm done doing this. What's the price tag to get you guys to leave me alone so I can build this? A couple $100 million, $1 billion, whatever.
He went to another billionaire and said, dude, I don't want to negotiate with you. What's the price? Here, get out of my freaking face. It's just like the ultimate flex when you can crap on other wealthy people. And Ballmer's all about it. Ballmer's like, oh, he's fun. He's so exciting. No, he will crap all over you.
Yeah.
If it's a strong flex for him.
He rubs shins.
Oh, boy, when that Steve Ballmer investigation comes out in a couple years, like, Steve, I'm sorry, this video circulated all over social media. We're gonna just need some sort of explanation as to what exactly you're doing, who you're doing it to.
I don't care if Kawhi let her hit a three. Get away.
Oh man. And it's so sad too, because we all saw the video and like we all were like, okay, this is weird. And then we just left it. He went high thigh. Like there's thigh, and then there's high thigh. And man, Steve Ballmer hit that high thigh.
Oh man.
What is Ballmer's net worth? Maybe, can you buy two teams?
If I'm guessing right now, I'm gonna say it's 40 billion.
Goodness gracious.
Does that sound like on the low end?
I have no idea.
40 billion.
I tried the stupidest way possible of saying it. Okay. Yep. Oh my God.
I really did.
Oh wow. He laughed at you. He did.
He would give me $1 billion to shut the hell up and never talk again.
He probably would.
Right.
But when he leave,
he would throw that $1 billion at me like Rihanna threw her purse on that one gift.
Donald Sterling is worth 3.9. Like, I just love that. Like, dude, look, you're here. What do you want? Like, I will quadruple your net worth just to go away. like you're 100. You're never gonna see this money. Just go.
Redacted said Steve Ballmer got high thigh money.
That's real talk. That's real. He got high thigh and shin rubbing money. Boy, that is wild. Goodness gracious.
But yeah, so yeah, I see that Terrence Mann created a turnover. Get away from me. What's wrong with you?
Goodness gracious, man. Point being, I don't know that this Suns situation is going to play out exactly like the Clippers situation.
Like it was
well, and remember, the only with Sarver, there have been murmurs about Robert Sarver for a really, really long time, and I think Suns fans have universally agreed he is hell as an owner.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot different than what Donald Sterling was.
Mm-hmm.
Like Donald Sterling was often referred to as hell as an owner too. Mm-hmm. And there were murmurs about him for a long time, but there were murmurs that came to light.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I don't know. And maybe they have, and we're just not in that circle, but we're not in Los Angeles either. And I heard the Donald Sterling stuff. Yeah. I had just heard Robert Sarver sucks.
And to be real with everything, I'm sure there were articles written about Donald Sterling the entire time. Mm-hmm. Like there were articles written.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it was the video
what she can prove
that ended it. So I had asked you before the break, do you think this affects the ball club at all?
I'll be curious to see, we mentioned it's the Suns and the Rockets tonight. And as Deuce pointed out during the commercial break, which is a connection that I didn't even make, Chris Paul was on the Clippers. Chris Paul had to deal with this. I just saw a quote from Doc Rivers saying Monty Williams is his best friend in the entire NBA. Monty Williams, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Man. So I don't know, man. I don't know that it's going to affect them on the court, but I'm sure Chris Paul is not looking forward to his next media session where he's inevitably going to have to talk about a crappy owner. So,
jeez, that's bizarre.
You are listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you for being with us, whether you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or if you're listening on the Odyssey app or 1320 AM. Over on the YouTube channel, we posted the question, Kings performer of the night. Is the Kings get a 112-99 victory to get back to 400 or get back to 500 last night with a 4-4 record? Yeah, they don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. We asked you who the Kings performer of the night was, and it is a runaway. The four options were Darren Fox, Tyrese Haliburton. 3, 2, 1.
You're live.
We asked you. We're live, pal. I got that. I got that button over here too. Just a little.
Oh, it's live, pal.
And then you can't cut this out. We asked you who the Kings performer of the night was. The four options were De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Haliburton, Harrison Barnes, and Alex Len. 62% of the votes say Tyrese Haliburton was the performer of the night for the Sacramento Kings last night.
And I think they got it right.
And I say amen to that, as Tyrese looked absolutely, we had talked a lot, and rightfully so. We had talked a lot about De'Aaron Fox leading into last night's game, but in the back of my mind, and I think we discussed it a little bit, maybe not with the same, the same volume that we were with De'Aaron Fox, but I'd kind of been watching Tyrese like, let's go, baby. Like, come on, Ty. Let's we couldn't win without you last year. When we very literally at the beginning of the season, we couldn't win without you last year. Like, where's that guy at? Where's that guy at? And I think we've seen shades of it. We've seen him, start to, okay, there it is. And last night was the first night. And obviously the people who are wonderful enough to watch the show on YouTube and take part in that poll agree as well. Like, last night was the night where it's like, all right, let's go. Sophomore campaign is underway. Second season has started. Let's see you build on what you did last year.
His fingerprints were all over that game, Damian. Mm-hmm. They were all over on both ends of the floor, scoring, passing, defense, still in team defense. I mean, he was all over the place out there on the floor. And I love seeing that, Tyrese. I feel like that Tyrese, with not only just the stats that he can accumulate, but just the energy and the presence that he has on a game. I think that gives so much relief to somebody like Darren Fox, who he will, and he has the ability to put his fingerprints all over it. But if he's doing what he needs to do and somebody else is out there, being a nuisance on both ends of the floor, getting the crowd hype, being the vocal leader, things of that nature, he'll gladly give that role up to somebody like Tyrese Haliburton. So last night really showed, I think, what this team could be when they're not, I wouldn't even say clicking on all cylinders, because Fox was just cool. But when they don't get bad performances from some of their best players, what they could be. They could be a team that can run somebody out the gym at any time.
Yeah, you mentioned De'Aaron, was cool when you say, okay, they weren't quite quick on all cylinders. Their starting center got thrown out of the game. And Rashaun, their starting center got thrown out of the game. And oh, by the way, he was playing really well.
Yep.
So it's what we've been talking about, man. And do you believe now? Like, I'll ask the people who thought we were, oh, come on. This is, I saw this the other day when I said after the Utah loss, I watched that game. I was disappointed they lost like everybody else was. This team's better. Like, this isn't last year's team. This isn't the year before. This isn't even the 39-win team, which is so sad that that's the barometer for success. This team is better, probably significantly better than any Kings team we've seen in recent memory. And I think some people rocked with that, but then there's some people like, it's the same team. It's the same team as last year. Like, no, it's not. It's not even remotely close to the same team that it was last year. And even the players, I think they have a different mentality than they did last year. Why? I can't answer that. Why the mentality is different, man, I have no idea. But when I watch this team on a night-to-night basis, I don't feel like I'm watching a bad basketball team. We watched so much crap basketball last year and the year before. And the year before that. Like, we've watched so much garbage basketball. I haven't watched this team one time for a sustained period. Certainly the first quarter of the Phoenix Suns game, I was wondering. But for a sustained exactly against Dallas, I haven't thought, this team is trash. I haven't thought this is a bad basketball team.
I want to give a little bit of analogy.
Second long pause of the show. Woo! Boy.
Oh, it's live, pal.
I don't know what it is, man. We can't, D'Lo and KC, we got a flair for the dramatic, boy. We're gonna make you wait.
Oh, that's
make you wait.
We're live now.
We'll make you wait.
What I was gonna say though, I was trying to figure out how I wanted to present this, but because I don't want to. The reason is I don't want to talk crazy now. I don't want to talk crazy, but I was watching the game last night and they didn't start off great last night either. New Orleans was hitting some threes and it wasn't a great start.
That's really what kept New Orleans in the game they were.
I think they had like 10 or 12 threes going into the fourth quarter or something like that. They had
right. And then what helped is they didn't hit another one.
None. But the Kings didn't start off well, but they got right back in the game. And it was like, there was no panic. It was no, I don't want to say sense of urgency, because they had a sense of urgency to get into things. But it was just like, this is what we're going to do. We're down. We're not going to trip. We're going to get into this. And I put it in my game notes. There's a term in boxing about walking somebody down. And like what happens is you got two fighters and one fighter may be throwing a bunch of punches, but this other guy, he's just like the punches don't really faze him too much. He's still able to move forward. And essentially what he does is he walks him down and he starts pounding on the guy who was throwing a bunch of punches earlier, who couldn't keep this guy off of him. And they say, oh, he just walked him down. He just walked him down. Usually that's reserved for like top teams. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying I don't want to necessarily go there with the Kings. but they do have a little feel that they're just going to walk you down. It doesn't matter who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Mavericks, Jazz, Pelicans, Suns, it doesn't matter. They're coming. Like you can't just get rid of them. They're coming. They're going to defend. They're going to be tough. They're going to start scoring. They're going to start hitting some shots. They're coming. Once again, I don't want to go overboard and say they're just walking teams down, but it's kind of what they're doing just a little bit. Just a little bit. Does that make sense at all?
It does. It like I understand the term.
Mm-hmm.
I'm familiar enough with boxing to know that term. I think it fits. It works. I mean, that's the hang around. I guess that would make the Phoenix and Dallas games the rope-a-dope, where you just take their best punches. And I guess in Phoenix case, they were George Foreman and they ran out of gas. Not so much in Dallas, as Luka landed the haymaker from half court and knocked them out. We'll step out. We'll come back. I want to talk a lot more Kings basketball. We want to hear from you. We've done a really bad job with this all day. That's me, man. Sorry about that. Phone lines are open for you, 916-349-1320. But we'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings, what they did last night. And more importantly, KC, because there is no break. Like, they're right back at it tomorrow against the Charlotte Hornets. Though we did get a little news on the Charlotte Hornets that will pass along to you as well. So a lot more ahead here in the final hour of D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, that's cool. I got to go to the bathroom. Y'all figure out what the hell we're going to do for the next 40 minutes.
What game is it, Jesse? Can you say? Are you allowed to? Well, they can't hear you. What game is it? Nice. Surprised they gave us. I'm about to say I'm surprised they gave us tickets. That is a surprise. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, what the? I'm reading some. Sorry, guys. Seeing this email, I'm reading. Wow. Let's see what y'all talking about. Sacramento Splash coming tomorrow night. Ooh, I hope so. My son don't have a game on Saturday too. I might have more than a splash if the Kings win. It'll be like, and the Rockets, Red Square. I got to get back on Danny. They need to have us at the Causeway Classic, man. We got to be there. We're the home of Sac State football. Need to. And now that's getting out of control. Just bring me to center field. I'll flip the coin. How about that? I'm just flipping the coin. That's all we're doing here. Oh. What Dion used to say, they don't pay me to tackle. Thursday night football, who you got? I don't know. That's not going to get any playing time on my TVs tonight. I can promise you that. Oh, that reminds me. There's a Pick'em League, though. Got to get in the Pick'em League. For all you guys who are in the Pick'em League who haven't done it yet, get your picks in. I guess I'll tell you guys who I would pick there. It would be, I'll go with the Colts. Didn't the Colts lose last week? Yeah.
They starting that stupid ass Hard Knocks thing.
Oh my gosh. Everybody did. Are they really starting it?
I think so.
Garbage.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm currently 38th. Get your picks in, Damien. Get your picks in.
That's what we spend the next.
I was 8-7 last week. I'm 19 games behind the leader. Oh, it's in Indianapolis. No, I don't think I can go with the Jets then. I saw him bang on Kelly Oubre's head. My boy Jordan Poole went off last night. Damn, Dallas is just never going to play anybody good. I'm going with the Dolphins this week, Jesse.
That's what it tastes like, John. What's the game tonight?
I'm going Niners.
Interesting little note here. Oh, go ahead.
I want to hear your note first. I got a note myself.
Okay. So it's battling notes here. Oh, God. It's the Jets and the Colts tonight.
Wait a minute. You already know what it is.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Yeah, I'm watching Power tonight. That's for sure. I ain't watching that. Colts and the Jets. No, I'll check it out for a minute. I want to see my main man, Mike White, see how he does.
And checking it out for a minute.
Okay, that's fair enough. We will have a full breakdown for 10 seconds during a commercial break on the Jets and the Colts tomorrow.
Utah versus the Hawks. Boston versus
okay.
Miami.
Oh, ooh.
The night game. Actually, I might watch.
We'll find out how well that players only meeting worked tonight.
Right.
We're going to see how effective that is when you're playing the Miami Heat, who's beating people by like 17 points a game.
They're balling right now. Balling. Do you see who's right behind them though? It's 6-2 in the Eastern Conference. The Sixers. Remember all those people that told me, Ben Simmons led Philadelphia to the playoff. Calm down.
I'm sorry. People told you that?
Oh, they told us that.
You should have blocked them. Did we block them?
Look, I said it last night too, and I meant it. Seth Curry's better than Ben Simmons. They're not skipping a beat. Not skipping.
They sure as hell aren't.
Yeah.
I think Joel is playing tonight.
Yeah, he played last night. You see that block he got on DeRozan?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Once again, other people were telling us, my ears to the street. They're like, yo, Ben Simmons, you talk about his defender and he's a good defender. He's a good defender on the team.
This is what we talked about. Everyone's saying, or the mentality for Philadelphia was get him back here, get his trade value up, and you know we can trade him. And Ben Simmons was like, I ain't, y'all ain't gonna use me that way. I ain't showing up to get my trade value up. Y'all could just move me. I ain't doing that. Well, how about the fact that he's gone and they're winning? What's that do to your boy's trade value?
Plummets it.
Plummets it even further.
Yeah,
there it is.
They better take that universal deal and call it a day. I don't even know. I'm not even sure I want to give my buddy no more.
You might get Terence Davis. We'll trade Terence Davis and Marvin Bagley. I don't know that you're getting a better deal than that.
No. You know, I'm telling you, people they didn't believe Seth Curry is better than Ben Simmons.
Seth Curry is better than okay. I'll rock with it.
Yeah.
Del Curry is too.
Shout out Del Curry. So yeah, I don't think this is an issue. Yeah, Del Curry.
That's always a good way to start the conversation.
Del Curry, he's trying to be down with the team. It seems like because our guy Black Bottles 916 was like, "Yo, I got a call. I got to bring some bamboo and some beyond to Del Curry."
Oh, on Saturday or I guess Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, he's
okay. Well, that's cool because Lord knows he ain't bringing it to me. He's so good. No, that's good. I guess Del. Okay. So what you're saying is Del's a Black Bottle boy.
That's what it sounds like, man.
Okay.
You know, shout out Del.
Everybody want to be down with the team.
That's all right. You know what I'm saying? Del trying to champagne and campaign.
Everybody want to be down with the team, man. I like it.
What I was going to say, my note though, was I was scouring the internet for stories for today, for segments like this.
Oh, here's an update to your Donovan Mitchell's out tonight's game versus Utah.
Well,
So you might be able to cross that one off your list.
I don't be watching at that point. Reese, we might go outside.
There you go.
Might go.
It's it looks like a nice day.
And I hurt my hip playing soccer again, like I did a couple weeks ago.
That's what happens to old people. You need to start drinking green juice like I am.
It's like the front part of the hip bone, something like that.
Okay.
Like, what the hell? Why is this hurting out of nowhere? All I did was kick the wall like 4 times.
Well, that's what happens when you're old.
That's what I
that's
definitely.
what I'm saying. You gotta do stuff like that.
Got to be better at stretching.
You're in the Kevin Garnett era. If you're not warming up for 2.5 hours, you ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, that's what it's sounding like.
You want to get to your note? There's a name I want to get to on the phone lines that I haven't heard in a long time, but I recognize. Mind if we do that real quick?
No, they can wait. We've got time.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in here on the phone lines. My man E-Business. I ain't heard that name in a minute. E-Biz. What's good, baby?
What's up with it, man? How y'all doing?
We
good, bro.
Man, for sure, man. Hey, check this out, D. So look, I used to work up at 102, all right? And I was an intern up there, and I started in 06. When did you leave there?
08.
You left there in 08.
Yeah, 08. I left right after the Olympics. Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, because I was like, because I watch you, and I was like, man, I know he ain't going to remember me.
No, I remember you, absolutely. What you mean?
Yeah.
That's why I went to you. Of course I remember you.
No, that was the funny thing, because I did say my name was E-Business, and how you all like, oh yeah, have you heard? Have you ever heard my name? I was like, okay, but no, y'all, like, I just wanted to call just to tell you guys, like, on some real stuff, man. I don't even like sports radio, man, but something about you guys, though, man. I enjoy listening to you guys, and I really watch you guys on YouTube and all that, and I really like that. And, I just wanted to say, I just had to call and just say that, man. And that's pretty dope how you remember me, D. Like,
hell yeah.
That's love.
On some soft stuff, that means a lot.
That's love, E-Biz. That's love.
And let you know, I didn't like Tony Takata either. He was a little
Hey, man, it's great to hear from you, Biz, man. I appreciate you, fam. You doing well? Tell me you're doing well.
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
Up.
Just looking for another job and all that. And, that's really it, man. I'm going to probably go to a Kings game tomorrow. I haven't been to a Kings game in hella long. So, I want to go up there to go see them. And, I want to try to meet Mo and Deuce and all that, because I never met them in person,
Tough.
So,
there's security involved now.
Too.
Yo, E, it's great to hear from you. No,
I have.
Oh,
E, hit me on the socials, man. Let's connect. Hit me on the socials, and we'll link up, man. It's good to hear from you. I don't like Tony Takata either. That's freaking hilarious. That's the thing too, man. Don't get me started. I'll spend the next 30 minutes, man, telling people about themselves. Boy, I swear to you, man, I just never understand, like, why do you treat people poorly? You know what I mean? There are just so many people you come across in this industry who treat people like crap. And like E and that whole crew that we had there, we had a crew, because we used to, as stupid as it is, like, it was the Bomb versus KSFM. It was 103.5 versus 102. And if you was out there at an event and you saw a banner with the Bomb on it, you knew what you had to do. You had to hop out the van. You had to tear it down, put ours up, and keep it moving, man. And in that
Boys versus 12th Street,
that like 05, 06, 07, man, by 08, it was WWE and WCW. Like they was buried alive, man. That was a wrap. We were Vince McMahon on their own television network by the time I wrapped up at KSFM. But yeah, I just like, man, we had such a great group of people, man. And it's so sad that, like, he was an intern. Like, he got started in radio as an intern. Interns are gone.
Yeah,
that's part of the reason we started Be Heard, is because interns they don't exist anymore.
Right.
You know, we wanted to give people an opportunity to like work on their craft. Like you can't come into the ESPN 1320 studio anymore, work on your craft, or go push buttons for Mia and Squints and the crew over at KSFM. It just doesn't exist, man. And that's a damn shame.
Yeah. And it's interesting because, you know, I got into this profession just kind of on my own and just seeing and listening to what other people were doing and trying to replicate not necessarily their style, but that's how I learned how to go into a commercial or come out of a commercial, just by listening to other people do it and not really knowing the science behind it. And that, I feel like a lot of times that would have been a huge benefit to me, and just understanding the sweet science of radio. Like, as I listen to you, and you got the sweet science now, you know, radio, you know what I'm saying? But
a lot of that
reps, you know what I mean, that you're able to get.
I know we've got our Big Al, but there was a Big Al at KSFM and V101 and now Good Day Sacramento. He taught me that stuff. Like, he taught me, you know, the sweet science, as you're putting it. Like, he taught me like the basics of how to do that stuff. And if it wasn't for, like, dude, just be nice to people, man. Be good to people. Like, don't, like, because again, I don't forget that Tony treated me like crap. You know what I mean? Like, I don't forget that. Like, I don't forget people who not only treat me poorly, but like treat other people poorly.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's just a walk of life that I can't get down with, man.
It's not hard. I don't think it's not hard to be nice. Shouldn't be.
That's it right there. Put that on a shirt.
Put that on a shirt.
It'll sell more than OK Drake Flow for sure. Do you want to finish your note? Literally, no one's bought it. Like, it's 19% off because Darren Fox scored 19 points last night. Nobody. Use promo code Fox19 at D-Lo and KC.
Hey, when Darren had 7 in the first quarter, did you think it was going to be a 4?
I figured if we got to like, okay, worst case scenario, it gets to 40. And everyone's elated because De'Aaron going. Maybe we hit the red a little bit. Well, we probably have to sell a lot to hit the red. I started thinking if he got hot and got above 40, I might cry. Like, it could get ugly. But I was gonna honor it no matter what. And so, you know, 19 was doable.
19. You guys got all day, like until 11:59 to go get you some gear from D-Lo and KC.
Okay, Drake Flow. It's right there.
Drake. The Drake bars were, they were big time today. They were big time. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody buying that shirt.
What to say?
916-349-1320. Our man Paul. Paul, what's going on?
Hey, well, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Paul?
Yeah, doing good, man. I had to call in after that last caller. His perspective on the show, and how he said he feels about it. It's not just sports; it's everything related to sports and everything related outside of sports. Whether it's social issues, and my perspective is like you guys touch on social issues, not political issues so much, but like things that are really real and ingrained within sports. And I totally feel him, man. I had to hit you guys up and say, man, I appreciate it, brothers. Keep doing what you're doing. So that was the first thing I wanted to say.
Hey, real quick, Paul, I want to hear what you have to say, and we really appreciate that. I do want to. We're not dying. Like, I'm so thankful for how y'all feel about the show. This isn't the last. We're not dead. You don't got to. Again, we appreciate it to no end, but we'll be here tomorrow. Yeah. I just in case you tuned in, you're like, hey, what's going on? We'll be here tomorrow. I'm sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
Oh man. Okay. Let me get my thoughts back together, man. Just really appreciate what you guys do, man. It's awesome, bro.
Thank you.
I don't like listening to the. I'm not even gonna go there. Anyway,
nobody does.
I was at the Kings game last night. They got a win, and I thought, Darren Fox, he played well, but I don't think this guy's is this really our franchise player? Is he really the guy that we're gonna trust to carry us, to the playoffs, like deep into the playoffs?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, like if we don't make the playoffs this year, should we try to get rid of him? I don't know if that's even possible, but I mean,
Paul, appreciate you so much, man. Thank you, brother. I think the answer to your question though is yes. I think Darren is the guy.
I think so too.
I think Darren is the guy.
I think so. Or look, maybe even it's a 1. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want him to be the guy.
Well, in an attempt to be like unbiased here, he hasn't done enough to prove to me he's not. You know what I mean? Like, I know we got caught up in those 6 games, 7 games, whatever it may be. Maybe he hasn't played up to what we think he should play up to us. But again, the team is 4-4, and I know that no one is really relaxing off of that because we've seen them be 4-4 before. We're approaching approaching the ham barometer, the first 10 games. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, then let's see what we look like at 20. Like, let's keep things moving here, and hopefully we're alive long enough to see it. 'Cause y'all saying prayers for us and eulogizing us like it's a wrap.
David Jackson pouring one out for D-Lo and KC, man. Yeah.
Manny hit us with the rest in peace. Thank you.
I think De'Aaron can be that guy. I think he can be that guy. I think he's gonna need some help. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
as he can be that guy, and there's Dame and CJ, and there's somebody right there with him. I think that's what he needs. He's not going to be like Steph was last year. And even that, Steph only got to the playing game. Like, the Steph was one of the great seasons we've ever seen from, one of the top players in the league.
Yeah.
And he could only get that to the AC.
Yeah.
When you talk about championship, you need about 2 or 3 De'Aaron Foxes.
Well, the good news is we have Harrison Barnes. So no, and I was going to make my Harrison Barnes is Dame and De'Aaron is CJ joke, but really, what I wanted to say is, you think he's the guy to lead? He needs help. This is the first time I think he has it.
I agree.
This is the first time I think a star player has help. I'll always have questions about why Rudy Gay and Isaiah Thomas with DeMarcus Cousins didn't work. Like, I'll always have my questions about that. But De'Aaron Fox is the guy. He's got help now, and it's just not young emerging help like Tyrese Haliburton. It's a really solid draft pick in Davion Mitchell. It's a vet who can get the job done in Harrison Barnes. It's the most underrated player in the NBA, Rashaun Holmes. It's guys who know their role, like Mo Harkless and Alex Len. It's the closest to it. Now, I hope you understand what I mean when I say this. Like, it's the most complete team we've had in a long time. That doesn't mean it's flawless. That doesn't mean they're complete like the Milwaukee Bucks are complete. It means there's no glaring, oh, you're missing this. Oh, you're missing this. Sure, we would rather have a 4 that averages more than 3 points per game.
Right.
I get that. Sure, you would like a 30-point scorer or a small forward who could score a ton of points or whatever. Like, I get all of that, but there's no like gaping hole that's going to sink this boat to the bottom of the ocean.
No, I don't think so either. And that's why I see them all year long being in games against everybody. I don't see anybody, after seeing Utah and the way they've competed twice against Utah, I don't see anybody in the Western Conference that's just going to lay this team out, when they play them. I don't see that. That, once again, that doesn't mean oh, KC says they're gonna beat everybody in the Western Conference. No,
That's facts.
I just don't see somebody rolling over them. A team that would roll over them would be Utah in the past, and Utah didn't do that. So they can get with anybody in the Western Conference at any point in time. And I think that is because of the additions that they were able to make and bolstering this team with true depth, true NBA guys that are going to come to bring it every night. And then they're starting to get into the role where everybody kind of knows what their role is and they're accepting it.
Well, see, and that's the thing, and this ties nicely into an earlier conversation we were having. You can't have a bunch of dames.
Because
that's
why I want to extend Alex Lynn's contract.
You want to extend everybody's contract, except your man's Terence Davis. Terence Davis, the guy you loved the most before the season started, suddenly he died with D'Lo and KC a few minutes ago. The ghost of Terence Davis. It's taking out D'Lo and KC live here on the radio. But we were talking about Boston and Jalen and Jason Tatum and Mark, and you have these guys that that's a talented squad that right there. We've sang the praises of some of their role players. It doesn't seem to be fitting, and I think part of that is you talked about. Jason Tatum has been he's been anointed. He's the guy. Like he's been. Jalen's working. And he's worked himself up to yo, I'm the guy too. Yeah. And you see what happens when you got the guys. There has to be a certain, and that's, I think, one of the great, perhaps underrated aspects to De'Aaron Fox. I truly don't think De'Aaron gives a crap whether you think he's the guy, whether you don't think he's the guy, whether he's the leading scorer or he's not the leading scorer, or he's the leader, or he's this or he's that. I honestly do not think he cares about that.
I agree.
And so if Harrison Barnes is going to lead the team in scoring and De'Aaron's going to continue to do his job and Tyrese is going to initiate the offense and we're going to see games like we saw last night on a more regular basis, I don't think that bothers De'Aaron.
Not at all.
I don't know that I could say that about Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown.
But you know what? Some would say that would be his detriment. Some would say that. I don't agree.
Okay. Because that was my next question. Are you some? Is your name some?
No, I don't think so. But some of it would say it's a little bit like he does it a little. I will say this about myself. I think he'd be a little too open. Just say, oh, yeah, sure. Being passive. And it's not about him being the guy, but sure, just take over. I'll stand over here in the corner. No, we need you to do work too. We need you to.
Well, I don't think he does. I don't think he does. Well, though he did do that a couple of nights ago.
I think he can be a little too passive sometimes.
So what would you have rather had him do in that situation then, where it felt like it was 4 or 5, 6 plays in a row? He's in the corner. Is he grabbing the ball going, no, dude, I'm not stepping out of the offense here.
Yeah, but even and this is easier said than done, but even if he's not the one initiating the offense, I'd like to see him crash the offensive boards, right? And use his athleticism. They're not running a play for me right now, but let me see if I can get an offensive board. You know what I mean? Fox, rookie year in Miami. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On the Bogdan missed shot. Let me just be a part of this. Let me not just stand here. Let me go set a hard screen and maybe that's high school talk. Maybe that don't happen in the NBA, but I would have liked to see him do something to be a part of the action in that situation.
916-349-1320. Let's get to Bobby. Bobby, what's happening? Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
All right, man. What's up, Bobby?
I just want to call myself out. The other day, I was trying to defend Aaron a little just because of the personal connection with quarterback camp I went to when I was in high school with him, and dude's looking like a liar, man. So just wanted to be honest with you guys. So D-Lo, you fair points, man. But I can't defend that, man. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. That's bad, though.
It's
bad,
tough.
but
yeah,
We appreciate it, Bobby, but it's all good. What even
it's
need
all
it.
love, man.
It's all love, man.
But to our team, the Kings, man, it's about time. I was telling your screener, we're finally winning games we should, and it's like, man, that's exciting. Like it's and De'Aaron at least played a serviceable game, but like as you guys know, De'Aaron needs to get out of his feelings, man. Like the poor guy's pressing. It's like just be you, man. Get to the rack, practice your free throws. I mean, like because it's so nice to watch. Like I love what Davion is just. That's contagious, man. He's out there playing like that football defense. Dude is an athlete. He's a dog. Like you can't. I love that. Like you can't fake that, and that's contagious. And it's like Mo Harkless knows his role. I mean, even Alex Lynn. Like it's just a nice. Everyone, like you said, is trying to star in their role. And like if De'Aaron just plays decent, like man, we might be something nice. And it's. I just hope, I love KC. You just keep it real, man. Like De'Aaron, man, you need to take that home with you. Show some resiliency. You're the top dog, right? You got paid, and that's great. Cause I love De'Aaron, but now we need to hold him. Like, what's up, man? Like, take it home with you.
Hey,
be a dog.
I love that Bobby got more worked up as he kept talking. He's like, "Yeah, no, the Kings are playing well, man. Hey, Kenny, you was right, man. I love that. He got more worked up as he kept talking. We appreciate you, Bobby, man. Thanks, bro.
And to be fair, Bobby, what I said was I would probably take it home with me. I don't know if De'Aaron, you don't need to take anything home with him, but I would probably be, not being mad at the people in my house, but when everybody's asleep and I'm just alone with my thoughts at home, I'd probably be thinking about it. And I'd probably be like trying to figure out ways to get out of it. That's just how I'm wired. It doesn't make it right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just, that's probably what I would do.
Yeah. He, Bobby mentioned this a minute ago. It's kind of been a theme of today's show. Guys knowing their role. De'Aaron was telling Tyrese to get that shot up more as I was about to hit the button and probably play like a song as I had the wrong bank pulled up. Let's try this again. We're live, pal. Darren Fox was talking about Tyrese Haliburton, telling him to shoot more.
I told him to shoot the ball. That's what I said. I think.
By the way, De'Aaron was all about it. Like De'Aaron's press conference had a parental advisory sticker on it. Like he was letting him fly last night.
I told him to shoot the ball. That's what I said. I think it might have been last time we were in either that or in Dallas, and he passed up a shot, came down, ball goes out of bounds, and I'm kind of standing under the basket. And like I just put my hands on my knees, like not because I'm tired, I just do it. And I looked at him, and he looks at me, like pats his chest. I'm like, yeah, like because I was probably about to curse him out at the time. But we try to encourage him to shoot the ball. I mean, he's one of the best shooters on our team. He's going to be one of the best shooters in the league. We just tell him that he has to have more attempts, and we're trying to persuade him to get there when guys are going on the screen, especially on him. That he's a 40% 3-point shooter. He should be shooting that.
Yeah,
I feel like De'Aaron's got a little bit more fiery last year and some change.
Yeah,
got a little more active. I think those Zoom press conferences made him really comfortable in dropping F-bombs and all of that stuff. Because I feel like which I appreciate, not that I appreciate him cussing, because I'm sure the last thing Jesse wanted to hear from me this morning, because he watched it live, was, "Hey, could you get some clips of De'Aaron last night?" I'm sure that was the last thing he wanted to hear this morning. But I feel like De'Aaron used to kind of be cliche.
Mm-hmm.
He'd give you this, but both teams played hard, dog, or whatever the line was. Both teams played hard, homie. Now I don't feel like you have to wonder what Fox is thinking. He's just going to tell you.
No, he's going to keep it a stack as he sees it all the time. I like that. I appreciate that about him. Even if I like wish he would do something, like, for instance, I wish Fox was more of a trash talker. I wish he showed more emotion. You got a little
excited in game one.
Yes.
When him and Dame was.
Hey, people talking crazy. It's time to talk back. Maybe they never talk crazy to him. Maybe that's the whole thing. But one of my favorite Fox moments of all time, it will be that way. Like 20 years from now, when we're doing Buster Posey type remembrances of Darren Fox's career.
Yeah.
The dunk against the Pacers last year. I lost my mind. when he dunked.
Oh my gosh,
and
yeah.
yelled at the top of his lungs and chest bumped and did all that. I wish we got more of that from De'Aaron, but it doesn't matter.
I think you called him soft, if I remember correctly.
Called him soft that day, and he yelled.
Speaking of Buster Posey, I want to make sure the show doesn't end without reading this out loud.
Nah, man, come on, man, don't do it to me. Am I gonna cry?
I don't know. The reason I'm retiring is I want to be able to do more stuff from February through November with my family. So there's a lot more, there's a lot of physical pain on a daily basis, and it makes it harder to enjoy the game.
Oh, no.
It's kind of what we were talking about earlier, though. That position he plays, like a 34-year-old catcher versus a 34-year-old shortstop. Not the same, bro.
I can't imagine
not the same
being in a squat that much. That's crazy.
I can't imagine being in a squat like that for 30 seconds, much less for
right.
the 8-hour baseball game.
Right. That's a trip.
More on De'Aaron talking about the team responding after Rashaun Holmes was ejected.
I mean, I think we responded well. Tristan hadn't played in the first half, and once Rich went out, he kind of knew his number would be called at some point, and he was ready. And I think we all responded to that well. Alex came back in, and I think we just did a hell of a job. And obviously, Rich is one of the best. I mean, he's not the biggest, but he's one of the best rim protectors in the league, one of the best guys, getting rebounds. And I think they did a good job in trying to fill in that gap that he left when he was out.
I think some Kings fans got excited, rightfully so, when De'Aaron referenced Amon Shumpert, Tristan Thompson yesterday in the press conference.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like, yes, validation. We have been saying this for months, and it was just validated by Darren Fox. I will take it.
Speaking of, did you see Amon Shumpert's latest performance? This guy's phenomenal.
Dude, he is incredible. He's incredible. Was it better than us? That us one was fire.
I think it was better. I'm trying to think of what the song was. I should know it because I know the song, but I can't remember
I'll
what
pull
it was.
it up.
He bodied it. He bodied it again.
That dude might really win. Athletes are like, dude, like athletes win this competition a lot. And I think it's because there's, one, so many of them are just naturally gifted. And, but two, and I think this is the most important thing, especially when you're doing something new, is like high-end professional athletes. I think they can pick up on stuff so quick.
Yeah.
Like where, you tell someone to do it once and they can do it. And then they have the drive to not just do it, but to perfect it.
Right.
And you're learning all of these new, and you're just so regimented. And I heard like on that show, you're working like a job. It's like 6-7 hours of,
I mean, those routines, what they do, I can only imagine like how many repetitions they have to do of that routine, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Kings legend, Amon Shumpert.
Kings legend.
As we will forever refer to him here on D-Lo and KC.
Don't get it twisted, everybody. Absolutely.
We will mention this several times tomorrow until we have a definitive answer. There could be a couple of scratches. LaMelo Ball tomorrow for tomorrow's game is listed as questionable. I think PJ Washington also listed as questionable. So certainly changes the complexion of the. The whole reason I wanted to go to that game was to see LaMelo. I'm gonna need that announcement early. LaMelo out, like, all right, I'll catch you next time. And let's not forget, and I know no Kings fan has. Not only do we owe Charlotte one.
Oh my gosh,
we owe Charlotte a couple.
Come on, man. That's I mean, the first game was worse than the second game, right? The second game was bad.
Second game was bad. Yes, first game was worse, 100%.
It's insane.
But the second one was bad. It was just universally awful.
Yeah,
just
so
bad.
We absolutely owe them. There's no Malik Monk out there this year, though. That's my boy. Malik
your
Monk
man.
Went to
That's
one
your
of
man.
my boys in Sacramento. So no Malik. Scary Terry's gonna be back there. I think Scary Terry played in both games, but in the first one he had like a off night, no pun intended. And then
it's really tough to use that phrase. It's really tough.
And then he like picked it up in the last 5 or 6 minutes. I feel like that's what happened in that game. But yeah, we owe Charlotte. You're right. We got to get our get back for sure. It's mandatory.
It's wild now, man, with basketball season here, King season here, and the games just being like fast and furious. I do want to remind everyone, welcome those that are new to the program. We are your home for the San Francisco 49ers. And tomorrow is, in fact, the 49er Friday. That's brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, which, you know, I don't know. I guess only Kenny knows about that now, and not me. He's just got a treasure trove of McQueen and Bumbu and Luke Belair there. But
I'm taken care of over here. You know what I'm saying? I am.
49ers and the Cardinals this weekend. And we both came back from a break a few minutes ago with what we said. We've got some notes. Unfortunately for me, that was like 40 minutes ago, so I can't find the exact. Here it is. Jennifer Lee Chan tweeted this. I thought it was interesting, and I wanted to bring it to your attention because it's a guy that we've talked a lot about, and we'll talk about tomorrow as we prepare for the Cards and the 49ers. By the way, if you're in the D'Lo and Casey Pick'em League, don't be like me. Get your picks in now. A game starts a little over from an hour from now. I'm your alarm clock. Get your picks in.
This might be an easy win, too.
Brandon Ayuk revealed that he and Kyle Shanahan, quote, had some words.
Oh, my.
And that kickstarted his reboot/restart to the season that influenced his great weeks at practice and hence playing more.
So what I take from that is
I need more
words. Like maybe he wasn't in a doghouse, but Brandon wasn't feeling what was going on. They had some words and they got it out of their system and he started to turn it around from that point moving forward. That's what I took out of that.
Man, these quotes are just so interesting. Again, Jennifer Lee Chan, Mike McDaniels, offensive coordinator, explained what it means for Brandon Ayuk to be practicing better. Quote, he finally understands what it means to be a pro. He is winning the game on Wednesday and Thursday. Boy, that's a little insight into some of the hiccups between these. I was going to say these two, but it sounds like it's Brandon Ayuk and the coaching staff, not just Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, good that he corrected it, but
right.
That's a hell of a quote from Mike McDaniel right there.
Well, hopefully they can get this thing going, man, because this could be a season-changing win if you can get it. And you're facing a Cardinals team that is really good, but whether Kyler plays or not, he's not going to be 100%. Same with DeAndre Hopkins. Now they're great players, so they could still beat you that way. But what's the word of the week here? It's an opportunity for you to hop back into this. You get 4-4, you beat a team that is near the top of that division, going into the Rams Monday night game, feeling good about yourself. Kittle should be back this week, so you're getting him back. So opportunity. I'm haven't said much about it, but I am interested to see what goes on with these Niners this Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know that we have an official diagnosis on Kyler Murray. I don't think he practiced today, though.
Yeah, I know he didn't practice yesterday. I don't know what happened today.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think I just literally, this tweet popped up as probably we were being eulogized a few minutes ago. And I Hopkins didn't like it'll be the Cardinals. You just might be missing a couple of pieces. So we'll gather all of this stuff. We'll get it ready for tomorrow. We'll have the 49ers. We'll get you ready for the 49ers and the Cardinals. And, of course, we'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets as well, as we welcome, apparently, the newest member of the Black Bottle Boys, Del Curry, to town here tomorrow. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button over there on YouTube. Do the same on Twitch. Hit the heart button on the Odyssey app. Hit the preset save over on 1320 AM. But make sure that you are back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Oh, man. E-business. man, put us in the grave.
E-Biz.
Oh,
You
man.
released a bunch of people today, huh?
Jesus, again? They usually save that for WrestleMania time. Anybody? Anybody of Ember Moon? What?
I like Ember Moon.
Dude, I thought she was legit. Frankie Mon. I don't know who some of these other people are.
They're really weird. Like Ember Moon doesn't really get a push, but they at one point had this major push for Lacey Evans. Like, come on, man.
Big E tried to make some noise to face Goldberg at Crown Jewel. Ugh. Big E, you don't want that, buddy. Like, Big E, we want you around longer than D'Lo and KC were. Like, we want you around, buddy.
Bro, I saw that match after the, I didn't see it live. So I just heard people like, oh my gosh, he almost killed him. And then I was like, it couldn't have been that bad. And I watched it. And I was like, oh my gosh, he really did almost kill him twice. Yeah.
Man.
What I was going to say, it wasn't a big deal at all, but I got, I was trying to find some stuff for the show and I came across like college basketball starts on Tuesday.
Yeah. The Duke women play their first game tonight.
Really? They do?
Mm-hmm. Probably right now. I mean, it's 7:00 there. I gotta guess they're starting.
Yeah, I got ridiculously hyped when I saw that. I was like, oh snap. Tuesday. They got just a gang of games on Tuesday. It's crazy.
Duke versus Wingate.
Only Wingate I acknowledge is David.
David Wingate?
Seattle Supersonics legend.
You hate Seattle, though.
I do. I used to like the Sonics, though.
Yeah, that's a good call, John.
Peyton.
Need to get that good stretch in, fam. If you're gonna go outside with Reese, because there ain't nothing to watch tonight, you got to get that.
Bruh, I need to get on the foam roller ASAP. I need to eat before I do that, though. You already know what time it is.
We don't have enough color. Will you guys bring some color in your apparel on Happy Friday? Happy Friday? You mean Black Friday?
Yeah, and it's a 49er Friday tomorrow, sir.
Oh, we're both wearing black. I got you. I missed it.
Yeah, Jim.
I do not own one of those. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to run out to Dell. I'll get whatever Dell didn't want.
Shout out to Dell, man. I need to talk to Dell tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
We should be able to do that. Yeah, I'm sure. Danny absolutely has the number. Probably has it on speed dial
for sure. The LJ fighter, you and me both, man. That was one of the highlights of the year. Now they
don't do it.
No, they start games at maybe 9 in the morning on Tuesday and go all day long. And that's cool too, but 24 hours. Oh, that was the other thing. The college basketball coming back to the Golden One Center. I'm going to check that out. It's Sac State versus Davis, like always. And then St. Mary's versus Fresno State. I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay.
He was waiting, man. My boy Black Bottles was just chilling. Like, I got you. Don't trip.
Casey always in the car when we get on the phone. I think he got another job that he do from 6 to 10 in the morning.
Nah, I'm always home. The other day, I was playing basketball while we were on the call, though.
That's funny. Wow, really? Man, I thought that was their dude, wasn't it?
Who's that?
He's one of them big. I don't. You know what? Bryce, correct me if I'm wrong. He's pretty inked up. I don't think Vince likes ink. I think that's part of what it is. I need to make sure that I'm thinking of the right guy. He had that woman that was the woman manager with the blonde hair. I like that little presentation. Karen Cross.
Let me see if I noticed.
Y'all keeping Matt Riddle, huh? All right.
Oh my gosh.
I am not a Matt Riddle guy, dude. I am not. Does he?
He probably does.
Oh, I don't know.
Like that bro thing. A lot of people kind of like that.
Oh, he ain't too tatted up. I don't know. Karen Cross.
It's special right here.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Wow. Huh. It does look like a Vince special. Of course, Randy Orton is sleeved out to death.
He did that while he didn't come in that way, though.
Right. Like, Vince likes me too much to.
Slowly but surely, I'm getting caught up on BMF. My guy, Wood Harris, I just love the way he acts. He does a great job. He really only plays one or two type of roles, but
yeah.
I mean, he does them flawlessly. I met Wood Harris one time. He kind of acts the way he does on every movie you see. He was nice. He was pleasant. Like,
yeah,
he spoke, but he wasn't much different than what you see on TV.
For real, dude, Fox should be like, y'all owe us about $200 million for this game.
Like, I thought we got these out the way the first 3 weeks of the season.
How close are we? There might not be any more people who could hit like. I mean, it's not like we got any new content coming up. Like, we're wearing down. Oh, we just need 4. There's got to be 4 people on here who haven't hit the like button. Even though there's. Yeah, that works. Yeah. So we got 197. I think Dave's listening. Appreciate you, Dave. We just 3 more. Are there 3 people who haven't hit the like button? 2 more? 2 more that haven't hit the like button? Boy, we really. Oh, 1 more. Yeah, 1 more. Hey, 203. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Oh, Dave logged into his burner account. It's 2 thumbs down. Gosh darn it. Oh, now we got a thumbs up. It's 205. All right. That's good stuff. Appreciate y'all. That's dope, man. Thank y'all for being so vested in those thumbs up. I know it sounds silly, but I think we had about, I don't even have to tell you about, I could tell you, we had 742 live views. So with all those thumbs up, that means this will pop up in other people's, they search Sacramento Kings or something, like we'll pop up, and that 700 could become like 1,300. So
who is going to be upset with us today? We have Blazers fans, Mavericks fans. I don't think we upset anybody today.
Well,
we didn't about the Suns today.
No.
Nah, everybody will be fine.
No.
Everybody will be fine.
Yeah, it's only when you put the isolated clips out where people get upset and the Mavericks fans come after us. But y'all did that. Y'all went and got in there like, nope. This ain't happening. It's not bad for a show that crashed like 40 minutes into it.
It did. Redacted said Drake gonna be mad.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't Scooter Bond. Yeah. Hey.
There it is. Okay, Drake show. Okay, right on. That's what we hope, man. That's good stuff right there.
The LJ fighter, real quick before we get out of here, tell me what the story is behind that LA Coliseum logo you have there?
The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Is that where WrestleMania 7 was?
Oh, that's good knowledge. WrestleMania 7. I thought you were going to say 2.
WrestleMania 2, Hogan and Andre with
Where
Elvira on commentary.
Where was
Elvira and Jesse the Body?
Phenomenal knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, 2 was King Kong Bundy.
Yeah, in the steel cage.
Yeah.
What did I say? King Kong Bundy and Hulk Hogan. No. King Kong Bundy and Hulk Hogan. And it was like that was the main event in LA. Roddy Piper versus Mr. T was the main event in New York. And then the NFL Battle Royal with
the Chicago?
Chicago, yeah, because Fridge was out there. And
7 was back in LA?
7 was in LA. The rumor
been there, wasn't at the Forum, so
the rumor was it was supposed to be
that was the All-American one, right?
Right. Yeah. It was during the war, or at the war had just ended. They said it was supposed to be at the Coliseum, but they couldn't
I remember here. I
couldn't secure it.
Yeah.
But they also weren't selling tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had sold like 12,000 tickets and they thought they were going to sell like 100.
We
ain't into this trash.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We've talked about it, but I mean, all three of us and anybody that wants to join WrestleMania, whatever that is, 2023.
Someone asked us that earlier. Yeah,
we'll be there.
Yeah, it was Damien all day asked us. Easy to remember.
Yeah. But that's what you guys were talking about. 2 days of it, right?
Yeah,
that's.
Yeah. There's a rumor they're trying to hold out for The Rock versus I guess Roman for Los Angeles.
That's a
long like I know you said Roman's gonna have it for a while, but damn, this is like Bruno Sammartino. Like God bless it. I don't know.
No way.
I don't know. I mean,
that's where you. If you had your choice, that's where you would do it instead of Dallas. But I don't know if they could wait.
Well, yeah. I mean, Dallas, it's 100 no matter what. Yeah.
LA, Hollywood, that would fit the Rock thing maybe a little bit better.
If I knew, like, if you told me, if you told me tickets for WrestleMania go on sale tomorrow. And The Rock at WrestleMania for LA, and The Rock is main eventing, I'd probably buy tickets and deal with fucking 2 days. I would just do it. Like, I don't like 2 days of WrestleMania, but I feel like they'll probably go nuts for that. So
I don't think I'll be there. But what you think about Money in the Bank in Vegas? That's
a good spot. Yeah, that's a good spot for it. I think Money in the Bank is one of the
like 4th of July weekend too, or something.
I think that's one of the better pay-per-views. Like I think the core is still like the SummerSlam and Royal Rumble, but I'd put Money in the Bank above
Survivor Series.
I'd put it above anything else after those two.
Yeah. Survivor Series is old school. That's not it no more.
Yeah, they haven't figured out. They should probably just do away with that one. My new favorite thing is legitimately to open up the network and put on like an old episode of Primetime and just watch Bobby the Brain Heenan. He is so freaking entertaining.
He was great.
He's so good. Like that. Like I've done that. I can almost assuredly tell you I'll do that on Saturday. Like I'll be working on the website. I got some stuff from Dave Garcia to put up. Like, and I'll have that on in the background.
Yeah. Guess what I introduced Reese to yesterday? And I think he likes it. I think he's okay with it. Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Hanging with my man. He's also.
Cooper.
You know, you're young.
That show.
His name is really Cooper? No way.
Yo, Coop, you're on. They used to do this thing.
Forever I thought his name was Mark Cooper.
Curry ain't that far off.
This is Mark Cooper. Mr. Cooper.
He used to host. They used to do this really cool thing in LA on Monday nights at the Conga Room at LA Live. And it was like randomly people would show up and perform. Like you could be there. Jamie Foxx, I think, kind of put it on. So whoever, he would call anybody on a random Monday and be like, hey, come perform here. You know what I mean? And it was a regular, like, probably like $20 to get in, live music. You get some local people or whatever, maybe a comedian or something like that. And Mark Curry would host every week. That's the other thing. And he was like, you could reach out, touch him, talk to him. He'd do a little set talking about somebody in the crowd. It was dope. Like, it was one of the dope things that
I think
when I was there.
Yeah, I had to double check this. Chappelle is at the Chase Center tonight. Yeah, San Francisco was one of the stops for that Untitled thing that that Untitled thing that he's doing. And I think not positive, but think tonight's the first stop. Might be the second, but I feel like it's the first.
Yeah, he talks about being in San Francisco all the time.
Cancel Dave Chappelle my ass. You ain't getting a ticket to this thing tonight. Yo, there ain't a ticket available for this.
Man.
Wow. I mean, okay, there are 4 tickets available.
Oh, you can get in.
There are 4 tickets available if you're willing to sit by yourself.
How much they going for?
They're not bad. 125. I mean, lower level. It's 125.
It's not bad to see Chappelle.
I saw Chappelle at the Memorial, and he smoked the whole time. It was awful. That was an awful show. That was the show where that clown was yelling "Rick James, bitch" the whole time, and Chappelle walked off. All right, y'all.
I know that was the Coliseum. I know what the building was. I'm trying to figure out why you have it on there. I guess you could tell us tomorrow, though. No longer exists, by the way. It's a very, very cool soccer stadium there now for LAFC. Wish we had a cool soccer stadium.
Me too.
That damn
Roddy
Burkle.
You're welcome. You are welcome. We didn't talk about Drake in the WNBA either. Was that the show? Ramsey, did you see the show that went till like 3 a.m.? Did you see that one? Where he was just working through material and sitting on stage and talking till like 3 o'clock in the morning? Didn't tell anyone he was going to be there.
It's crazy. Chappelle just show up, go till 3 a.m. Damn.
And whoever, and it was a weekday, and whoever, was supposed to do that show, it's like, hey, have a seat. Have a seat.
That's crazy.
All right, man. Let's get. Oh, it was a different one. Okay, I was just wondering. We love y'all, man. Thanks for the constant support. I promise we'll be here tomorrow. But we appreciate the kind words from everybody. Y'all have a great day. DeloandKC.com. Get your OK Drake Show shirt. It's right there for you.
Drake bars.
Box 19 for 19% off. And we'll leave with that because we all know what that means. Yes, indeed. We'll see. Thanks. Thank you, Dr. David. Thank you.